Good morning, everybody, and thank you for joining us. We are 15 minutes away from play here. There's been a squally shower and some rather dirty grey stuff kicking around this morning in South London, but it has cleared away. We are optimistic that we're going to get a pretty clear run at things from here on in, and play is due to start at 12 o'clock. Now, we've lost 16 overs, so we've lost 1 hour, which means that we have 81 overs still to play, and conditions, as you might imagine, are ideal for seam bowling. The lights are on. There's still some heavy cloud around. There's obviously a bit of moisture now in the air and around the pitch, and of course the outfield is a little damp. And so for Surrey, having really gone to the well yesterday in heavy conditions, 33 degrees and so on, this is a pretty promising day for them, and they need to take 11 wickets to pull off what would be a remarkable victory here, having stumped up 820 for 9 on first innings, and they got Durham 9 down yesterday for 343 runs. Immaterial. It's all about whether Durham can survive, whether they can keep Surrey at bay. Surrey need to finish off Durham's first innings ASAP. There'll be a couple of overs changeover, and then they'll be into their work through the day to try and winkle out those last 10. We're going to show you the highlights from yesterday, where Surrey and Dan Worrell in particular stuck at their task manfully, and then we'll be back with Jeremy Coney and myself, Phil Walker, for the real stuff.
Rhodes is in behind, defends well. This time it's driven through that cover region. Rory Burns will set off in pursuit, and he gives up. 4 runs and the first boundary of the morning, and it's Will Rhodes helped along down towards fine leg, and that'll be 4 more.
4 down for 80.
Got him. Surrey have their first breakthrough of the day. And it's 2 down, 18 to go for the home side. Well bowled by Matt Fisher.
Keep doing that.
Driven down the ground, and that will be 4. Ackerman off the mark. It's a lovely shot, but the Surrey fielders have their heads. That'll run away to the boundary. Ackerman second, but not totally convincing. Hands away from the body. Short, and that'll be 4. Lees quickly onto that short ball. And that run away for 4 more. Again, slightly short of a length, but this time bit of width for Lees to work with.
That's part of it. They never like boundaries against them.
Edged, and that goes through the gap between slip and gully. And whilst frustrating for Surrey, that's tickled round the corner, and that'll be 4 runs for Ackerman. He moves on to 20. Tom Laws coming to the attack. Lees tickles that round the corner. In fact, he'll get 4 for it, and that will take him to a half century as well. Driven. That is the shot. Surrey are trying to encourage Durham to play, but on this occasion, Ackerman wins. He finds 4 runs to take him on to 24. Gone. Surrey make another breakthrough, and exactly as Ali Brown.
Driven nicely from Robinson, and that'll be 4. His first boundary. It went. Edge. Oh, and just to Dom Sibley's left at second step. He might have got a finger on it. It's a great shot from Alex Lees. Pulled in front of square. Bit of air from Jackson. It's driven slightly uppishly, and there's also a slight misfield at backward point. It is straighter, but it's well defended by Ollie Robinson. So Robinson and Lees get through to the lunch break. 2 wickets for Surrey in the morning session.
Across crickets of all forms, here comes Will Jacks. Back up and running. I just noticed our TV's off, Ali. That's 4. Lent on by Alex Lees, and his innings continues. He's on 64 off 160 deliveries here. And Ollie Robinson does clear that player. Well, it's a different one. It's the fielder straight rather than to the leg side. Putt for 4. That's short, and Robinson goes after it again. Gets a lot of it, pulled well in front of square. He was onto it early.
Off the hip, and that will run away for 4. Beautiful shot. Very strong there. There aren't too many obvious Stokes cricket, Stokesian cricket. They pick up another boundary, beautifully checked through the offside. But on the drive, that'll be 4. Cut away for 4. Easy as you like. Clark coming in hard. He's gone airborne, and that will sail over into the stands. There aren't too many hardy souls who have exposed themselves. They don't drop the ball on that one, and Alex Lees is tired of going square and instead demonstrates the docility of this pitch by just... And there it is. Got to run hard. Gets there comfortably enough. Considering the circumstances, that's a brilliant hand by Alex Lees. Under the pump. It's the sense that he's got a long haul ahead of him yet. Excellent piece of work, but it does just get away from the fieldsman down at long leg.
A lovely shot. Alex Lees in full flow here. Finds another boundary. He moves on to 104.
He does walk out of his crease after he hits the ball.
Well, that was almost caught by cover as well. Robinson will get 4. Again, Surrey won't mind. It was aerial. Full. This time it's just driven through Jordan Clark at mid-off, and a misfield will let that ball go for 4. That's a lovely shot. Waited on the back foot and punched it straight into the vacant area. The ball will just about reach the boundary. Beautiful cover drive. Powerful from Alex Lees. He just reaches for that ball and it will reach the boundary.
Quite organised.
Well, that's worked off the hip and will be 4 runs. Hold him. Dan Worrell does make the breakthrough, and the new ball has done its trick. Is that the breakthrough that Surrey needs? They've got their 4th wicket of the innings, the 3rd of the day, and it's hard toil out there, but Dan Worrell finally has his first reward.
Playing a miss, and he's nicked it. He's got to go. Well, Daniel Worrell, bang, bang. How about that? Suddenly 5 down, and the 2 in men, Ollie Robinson and the hitherto unmovable Alex Lees, both have to go to the new balls. Nicked, gone. 3 in a row. Jimmy Neesham goes just for a single.
That one's mid-crease.
That does run away. Look how short that boundary is. Slapped straight to mid-on. And what a session this has been. 7 down now. Matt Fisher has deserved his 3rd wicket.
So we had Martin Bicknell to Darren Bicknell. So Darren had gone to Notts, and then
Potts just turns that round the corner, and that'll be for his first boundary.
Oh, that's a slower ball and a half.
it's from the Jeremy Snape Encyclopedia of slower balls, isn't it? It's
To get a catch on that.
That's driven for 4.
And he's not quite bowling a length. I don't think that the...
Full and whipped through the leg side by Clark. He'll pick up 4, moves on to 25. It's the end.
It's too full.
Driven through extra cover for 4. Well, another big appeal and given. Lawrence does strike. Potts' resistance has been ended by Lawrence, who's bowled with real threat to Potts.
Day 4 at Taunton. Hunting a victory.
That'll be 4, and Surrey will be pleased enough because it means that bowled in. Middle stump. Maybe a tiny inside edge, but Dan Worrell's picked up 4 for 49, conserving here. That'll be 4. Good old Daniel Hogg. He's a likeable cricketer. Fabulous shot. Good on you, son. Deserves that. He's got one more ball to negotiate and one more bruise to suck up this evening. Good stuff by Daniel Hogg, 9 not out. Yesterday belonged to Dan Worrell with the ball and to Alex Lees with the bat. We will have to see who triumphs today. You feel like that particular battle within a battle, Surrey's champion swing new ball bowler and Alex Lees, who's been churning them out many, many years now at the top of the order. I feel like that will be a central story in what looks to be an intriguing final day here. They are bowling conditions. Bit of breeze, quite cool. Lowish cloud cover and the lights are on. And with a bit of moisture around, Surrey will be fancying this. The equation is pretty straightforward. They need to take 11 wickets in 81 overs, 80 overs direction. So we lost 16 in that first hour. Surrey need to wrap up Durham's innings quick sharp. Numbers 10 and 11 are with us. Ben Raine hobbling out on one leg, having pulled up earlier in the piece, bowled just 10 overs in the first innings. And Daniel Hogg, who showed some ticker last night, as we saw on those highlights. In fact, he wore a couple, or more than a couple, maybe 4 or 5 into the body from Jordan Clark in particular, but he got in behind it, sucked it up, and did an important job in the gloaming last night for Durham to ensure that their openers did not have to come out and face the music in those final minutes. And so Durham resumed 3-4-3 for 9. The runs are immaterial, of course, 477 in arrears, so we can forget all about that. It's all about their cussedness and whether they can hold this Surrey juggernaut at bay. We've got Jeremy Coney with us for the next 20 minutes or so and throughout the day as this one wends along. Jeremy, how do you see it?
Hello, Phil.
Morning.
Morning, everybody. Or is it afternoon? Who knows? It'll be one or the other. Well, the first point I guess you could make, normally the 5th day is 96 overs.
But we
We've lost an hour.
Lose them.
We've lost an hour, so therefore 16 overs have gone. That leaves us with 80 overs. Of course, there'll be a change of innings at some point today. We'd really only have to have one ball and they could declare. In which case 2 further overs would be removed, and so that would leave us with 78 overs in the day's play, and therefore no second new ball available to Surrey. And if we think back to yesterday, how important that new ball was in the afternoon, and if Surrey somehow had got, and there was no break in play, and we got the whole lot of the overs, you know, that might have been a handy little addition for them towards the afternoon if they were 6 or 7 down, for example.
Daniel Worrell then. A glorious shot first ball by Ben Raine. He might be on one leg, but he can still swing the bat. And
So that's the first point, I think, to make, that there's no second new ball available to Surrey today. And that might affect the way they use their bowlers. It's crepuscular light out there at the moment, so lights are on. And so Dan Worrell's in action at the moment. The other aspect that you can think of, perhaps, did Surrey bat too long in their first innings? 161 overs. They don't obviously need the 820. Even if the 78 overs, Durham go at 4 runs and over, and that would only be sort of 600, wouldn't it? So they didn't really need all those overs to get that very large first innings total. It's all nice in hindsight, of course,
Well,
but these things nevertheless need to be pointed out along the way.
Absolutely. I guess from Surrey's perspective, they will be feeling, well, we have the best part of a full day, but one just hopes that they don't get to the end of it feeling like they could have done with an extra hour or two with the ball. Of course, they were going like the clappers at one
Well,
point.
they got
that
fives,
afternoon.
weren't they?
Yeah, they were going
they
with
were.
fives. But even with a full day's play here, with that extra 16 that we have now lost, as you say, Durham still wouldn't have troubled the scorers even if they had batted all the way through. So we can discuss all of that come the post-mortem of this game, but there's a lot of cricket to be played between now and then. And from Surrey's point of view, they've just got to get rid of one of these two quickly and get into the real work of the day.
Yep. And you would think that with the overhead conditions and the lights on, that it could be a morning for the cordon. Potentially. We'll wait and see if things change at all. There's a bat pad in there and 3 slips at the moment.
A runner as well, out there at square leg for Ben Raine. He showed a bit of ticker last night, Ben Raine, hobbling out. In the context of what Durham are trying to do here, it was an important passage because we didn't know for sure if be able to stumble out at number 11 and to suck up a few deliveries, but he managed to do so. And in the context of what they're doing, it was actually quite important because it would have required the 2 openers to get out there, face 3 or 4 overs last night. As we say, it takes another 2 overs for the changeover when this final wicket does fall. They're going to take one after you, Claude, but they are going to amble through, and so it will mean that Ben Raine will retain the strike with the help of his runner, getting him up there. You imagine it would be Matt Fisher, who has been another standout, 3 for 69 in 25 overs, either side of 2 nights ago and yesterday. I thought he looked superb. His best showing in a Surrey shirt so far. But as you say, Jeremy, we did see that second new ball. I think we were on comms together and we had 4 for in our back pocket.
We did. We did quite quickly.
12 overs going up to tea, and then things slowed down again post tea as the energy went out of that new ball. So I feel later on this afternoon when Surrey do get a fresh one in the palm, that first hour will be essential to Durham's chances of getting away with it here. Cleared him. One moment I thought Rory Burns was in the game. If Dom Sibley had been up there, it might have been a different story. Interesting shot when you're trying to save a game.
Well, he's had 2 foolish balls, one from Dan Worrell, which he couldn't quite pierce the offside, but he hit it very cleanly, and that one again, foolish, and he's leapt into it straight away, Ben Raine.
You can see when he does play that attacking shot that he just comes off the shot a touch as the balance is impeded by the injury that he's suffering. Another example of it. If he can play, every ball he sucks up here is a good thing for Durham.
Well, one less than the others have to face.
This is it. Our scoreboard is just playing catch-up a touch. They still have him on 0, which seems a little unfair. And they've thrown that boundary forward to Daniel Hogg. I can assure you it's not him. Playing a miss. Lovely conditions for bowling. Pleasant conditions to be a spectator as well. Yesterday was a hot one. Saw them scurrying for the shade under the SSE stand up to our left as we look at it. But today is a nicer, cooler day for watching cricket. Only a smattering in today, but will fill up as the day rolls on. And of course, if there is an intriguing finish available, then it will be free after tea. So do get yourself down. Outside edge, but down with a gap, and he'll run away for just the single. So bring Daniel Hogg on to strike. Showed a lot of courage last night. We're keeping an eye, bringing you updates around the grounds as well. A4 in all 9 of the fixtures across the 2 divisions. Things are moving apace. Somerset are 3 down against Notts and still 64 behind on first innings. So they have a job to do to withstand that Notts push down at Taunton. Still 64 runs needed to make Notts bat again in that one, and they're already 3 down. Again from Daniel Hogg. Just one more over ticks by.
Pretty comfortable.
Yep.
Hogg and Rain, of course, unable to really move around the crease, so he's just positioning himself in front of his stumps and having to hit from there. It's not as if he can move very, cleanly and clearly, and so he's really just waving the bat at this stage. So the slips and the gully and backward point, you would feel from a slightly wider delivery, might just get a little chance as the bat flails at it.
Only 2 slips, Jeremy.
Yes.
Maybe one more.
I think so. Yes, I do. We got a short cover there for the drive.
Maybe mid-on rather is perhaps redundant. Flipped away for Andrew 4. Just erring in line for once. Dan Worrell. He was magnificent yesterday. Opened up this game at one point mid-afternoon. We wondered if it would be petering out, but picked up that new ball and ran through them. The delivery in the evening session as well to get rid of Graham Clark was an absolute beauty, as we saw again this morning on the highlights. And that was with a ball that was 30+ overs old. So he will always offer something. Again by Ben Rain. This will be frustrating.
It's a better length, I think, from Worrell. He's been quite full trying to attack the stumps. In fact, both the bowlers have been so far, and it's been handled comfortably by the tail enders.
Change the angle. Run across in Rain rather than coming back into him. Those slips very much in play. You can see he knows his way around his batting. Does Ben Rain, as Ali Brown was telling us yesterday, he actually trialled here as a batter who bowled a bit. He's moved on through the ranks, of course, and become a real stalwart for Durham. He's a different kind of cricketer, but see that pretty solid technique.
The conditions certainly are stating quite loudly that it's seamers who should be operating, and you can certainly understand the start of that. You wonder, with the lack of foot movement, is a spinner a potential possibility to rain, or whether he's going to perhaps take to them, I don't know, but that's another thought as well.
Good one as well. Dan Lawrence looked threatening yesterday evening. And there is that nick through that region that Jeremy Coney had earmarked as a possible catching opportunity. And it was airborne, but no one on that line of around fourth slip. Ali. Perhaps Rory Burns might have missed a trick there.
Yes, I'm not sure about the short cover. I don't think really at this stage. And sometimes you have to choose when a tail ender is batting. You're choosing between mid-off and third man. But, well, you could have a catcher up instead of third man at the moment. You need to move this game on quickly. It's a good shot that goes through, you know, mid-off.
Lovely shot off the back foot. Slightly damp outfield, so it doesn't run away across those pitches for four, just a couple. Runs immaterial. What is of some note is that Daniel Hogg will be facing up to Matt Fisher for the first ball of the next over.
Quite a handy little start, isn't it, for Durham here this morning? Batsman not overly concerned. Again, very little movement for the quicker bowlers. Ball, what, it's about 47 overs, something like that old.
That's right, 47 overs in. It's gotten very tired. Still, Surrey will believe they've pulled off so many wins here in recent years, in positions where the game has looked to be drifting, where the draws become the favourite. And they have match winners throughout the order. You need to get rid of Daniel Hogg, though, who's now occupied 26 deliveries. Direction 25 deliveries. Didn't have much luck with the ball, but he's just offering a useful hand here. Frustrations will deepen among the fieldsmen the longer he hangs in here. The other end of the table as well, the big one up at York. Yorkshire playing host to Essex, and Essex are sinking fast in that one. 5 down now for 48, still trailing by 43. Just to make Yorkshire bat again. A rather ungainly back foot block, as is his custom. But he's not putting the gloves in the way. Being prepared to wear one. Impressive from the number 10.
Yes, it sort of is a couple of very well-directed short deliveries, I'm afraid, that to just unsettle the number 11 and then one at the stumps. I think it's got to be that kind of approach.
Yeah, he wore 2 in the final over as well last night. Doesn't take a backward step. Another one. Searing past the nose. Will it be the Sandshoe Crusher up next?
Something perhaps that, and also maybe foolish and a little wider is another option as well.
But again, Daniel Hogg, fair play to him. Now one delivery to come. Fancy it has to be aimed at the base of leg stump a long way down as well for Dan Hogg. Another men now in 2 now on the side. So Daniel Hogg survives. Not without some discomfort, but it goes down. Another one ticks by.
Yeah, I think you need those earlier on in the over. That was actually a nicely delivered ball, wasn't it? You had to play something and it was straight enough that the number 11 naturally wanted to play at that. And that has to be the first, within the first, I think, 2 or 3 balls of an over. And then you've got some options still to use in the latter end of the over. So we are going to get spin. Not surprised about that. They don't want to use any of the energy of some of the fast, or not too much of it anyway, before they have the new ball.
So yeah, with Dan Lawrence's introduction, powered by SSE Energy Solutions, your business energy partner, meeting you where you are on your own sustainability journey. As predicted by Jeremy Coney, it's going to be Dan Lawrence, who looked a bit more threatening than Will Jacks yesterday, 2 off-break bowlers. But these two have now occupied 7 overs between them in this partnership. 7 overs and a couple of deliveries. Critically important, really, for Durham.
Yes, I think tossing it up is not a bad idea. Tail enders often their eyes light up a little bit and they lose their shape in the shot, and therefore catches can be presented. But it's, you know, it might cost them sort of 15 runs, but that's okay. Runs don't matter at this stage.
Yeah. Wicket 1 by Dan Lawrence. Daniel Hogg's mindful, watchful. Simply comes into second slip now. Dan Lawrence has the arm ball, in fact the one that goes the other way in his locker to bring in those slips. Beautifully bowled. And indeterminate length, the tail ender. No success yet. Solid. Another one negotiated. Jeremy Coney steps away momentarily. We'll hear more from him this afternoon.
Yeah, just that probing line outside off stump I think is very useful, and I don't mind the second slip being in there. If anything, if it slides on, the catch can sometimes go to quite a fine first slip. So the second one covers anything else. I still don't mind a man close in on the offside, so you are in the eye line of a tail ender. They don't like being surrounded. And so you want to make them as uncomfortable as possible.
That wasn't Ali Brown doing his best Jeremy Coney impression. That remains the great man himself. He's just going to hang around for another over. Ben Rayner's settled on his technique here. His balance seems a bit better. Got used to having to manage his injury. Standing like a boxer. Equal weight on both legs. Nothing too fancy. Keeping out the straight ones. Very useful hand this from the both of them.
He's judging the line quite well there, isn't he? I wonder whether a change of line coming round. You always think as a batsman, I've got to watch my off stump just a little more carefully. How far is it coming in? He's so far avoided playing big drives through the offside off Fisher, so the slips haven't really been brought into play.
There we go, playing from the crease. Getting right in behind it. Nasty one. Well directed short one, and short leg looked like he may have been in business for a moment, but again, nothing falling Surrey's way in this frustrating final stand. Came together 120 overs in, and they are a ball away from negotiating 10 overs here. Would be huge really for Durham's cause. So round the wicket now. That final delivery, changing the angle, bringing it third up, backward point. Idly played. Pick up another couple. Gordon Clark ensuring that it'll be Daniel Hogg to face and Lawrence.
Well, you'd have to say, Phil, no, not really a threat really for these tail enders. They look pretty comfortable when the ball's been pitched up most times. It's the odd short ball that seems to have worried them more than anything else. And so Surrey have had to now resort to bringing the second phase, if you like, of the morning, as almost, what is it, nearly half an hour now that they've been able to be there. These last two at the crease, and so Lawrence has been brought in. Now, can he just get one outside that off stump and encourage Hogg to play at it a bit?
Jeremy Coney's thrown in the towel. He's laying on his stool. Gone up for it, half-hearted. Well bowled again, tossed up, quite above the eye line. You'd have to send it to the moon to get it above Dan Hogg's eye line, but Lawrence as well, showing that he has that knack of dip.
Have they lowered the moon these days?
He's got the longest legs in county cricket, Dan Hogg. Bruce Reid-like pins they are. Well played again. So we can't pretend this is scintillating cricket, folks, but it's all part of it. Durham scrapping for their lives. These two doing it very, very well. Each delivery is just ramping up the frustrations for the home side.
Yeah, it's very frustrating for Surrey. I mean, obviously, you've got to keep your seamers back for the second new ball. And every ball will be very frustrating for Surrey. I think they batted quite bravely, actually, Durham. I mean, in chewing this, chewing these last few overs, and if they can get it any closer to lunch. I mean, if they were to take it another quarter of an hour, I think Surrey would be particularly frustrated. But the wicket's not misbehaving, is it? The
It looks very flat, Ali, at this moment. Another one goes. So 10 and a bit overs now. These two have negotiated together. The challenge for Rory Burns, of course, is managing his resources. Daniel Worrell's bowled 25, Matt Fisher 28, and Tom Laws and Jordan Clark 19 and 18 respectively. Even Sam Curran as well has bowled 16 overs yesterday. So that's a 5-man seam attack, and they've got through a lot of work already.
good news for Surrey is that Somerset are making a fairly valiant and positive effort to get ahead of the Notts total down at Taunton. The sun is out down there, and
3 down still.
Still 3 down, but I've had half an eye on the game, and certainly Somerset being very positive and should well go past the target.
I've spin both ends. Will Jacks, change of bowler, powered, of course, by SSE Energy Solutions. Ahead of the game, implement a winning sustainability strategy. Well, up for that given immediately. Ben Raines cranky with that decision, but he has to accept it and get off because the game now kicks on again. First delivery from Will Jacks this morning. Ben Raines pops forward. Michael Burns, the umpire, had no hesitation whatsoever. So the groundsmen are already on, and Surrey will be keen to get out, back to resume their work as soon as possible.
I don't think he's cranky with the decision. I think he's cranky with his decision. I thought he looked quite good this morning, and of course Hogg batted incredibly patiently and bravely. So I think he's more frustrated with his decision, and it looked on contact that was pretty close, I would say.
Yeah, absolutely. Good call by Ali Brown. Wasn't even a look really to the umpire. Ben Raines knew. And his vigil, his one-legged vigil, is done after 32 deliveries, eating up valuable time for Durham. So now we know 72 overs remaining in the day, 2 for the turnaround. 70 overs to take 10 wickets. Runs not important. And they will have 23 minutes up to lunch to negotiate Durham's openers. Surrey would give for a couple.
Yeah, it's a nice little period for Surrey, though. They can sort of go hard until lunch. So, you know, I think from an opener's batting perspective, it's a difficult little session. They want to just get through that, and at a time when they're looking to get in, they'll take lunch. So, yeah, if they can just get a couple, that's exactly what they're looking for. But a frustrating morning for Surrey. I thought Durham did well to hold out for half an hour there and look fairly comfortable through a majority of it, which shows the placid nature of the pitch and the ball obviously being a little bit older. But, yeah, important wicket. And, of course, it's such a big day, isn't it, with the Somerset Notts game going on. And if one side were to pick up a win, it would be crucial come the end of the season.
Yeah, just to remind you, as Ali alluded to, so Somerset digging in from Kola Cadmore and James Rue to find players, both not out at the moment. 3 wickets for Liam Patterson-White on a turner at Taunton, left-arm spinner. So he'll be getting through a lot of graft for Notts and Farhan Ahmed as well. Imagine they'll be working through the afternoon in tandem. And it does really feel like these two are in a private battle now, Surrey and Notts.
Yeah, they've gone back to Ben Hutton and also with the spin on show at Taunton, they didn't have any men in front of the bat, which would indicate that actually it's still a pretty good wicket down there. They've got their slips in. They've obviously gone back to seam now, but Somerset looking fairly comfortable down there. The sun is out. The flags are cracking, and you know, you'd say it's probably only about half an hour, 40 minutes before Somerset were to go past that Notts total and start eking an advantage.
It's back to this one then as we hear the 5-minute bell. Surrey's fieldsmen already ready to go. We're gagging to get out there. Just a quick run through that card then. So Durham all out for 362 in the end, and Frankie Worrell 4 for 60. Remarkable figures really, considering the overheads yesterday and what he was up against. 7 maidens. 7 maidens also for Matt Fisher, and he picked up 3 for 76. He was almost as good. Picked up 1, of course, on the second evening, and then a couple yesterday morning. Nicholas for Tom Laws and Jordan Clark, although they will come back hard again today. And Sam Curran as well picked up a very, very important wicket to get things going yesterday, nicking off Colin Ackerman, who likes batting here, unbeaten in both innings for Durham last year, but he only made 24 this time round. Alex Lees was the star, 125. He looked serene, untouchable really, until having a nibble at Anne Worrell with that second new ball. And Ollie Robinson as well sparkled after a skittish start, 79 from 105. Dogged 30 from brother of Graham Clark. And as we've been talking about this morning, some action down the pipe as well from the tail end to keep Surrey at bay. But the equation now is very, very straightforward. 70 overs and 10 created chances, and to see if Surrey can get this one done after stumping up 820, it would be a remarkable win on a placid track. Guy Swindles is going to step in for me after a bit more from Ali Brown, and we'll bring you all the action. 23 minutes to run until lunch. Lovely little spell this, with the new one in the hands for, you imagine, Dan Worrell and probably Matt Fisher. I will bring you the lot.
It's a very entertaining period we've got, probably 20 minutes of attacking cricket.
Yeah, 2 wickets would be handy, wouldn't it?
It'd be very handy. I mean, I think if Durham can get to lunch none down, that would, you know, I think that would be difficult for Surrey. They then got an hour. They'd need to certainly pick up three wickets after lunch. But yeah, the wickets remained very good all the way through. At times, batsmen have looked like they've had time to play their shots. Haven't necessarily been rushed, but Darren Worrell with a new ball can offer a completely different test, and a difficult one at a time when he's got 20 minutes before he can put his feet up for 40 and then have a crack after lunch.
So I'm guessing Durham, if you'd said to them coming into this match, you'll score 362 runs in your first innings, they'd have probably taken that. The trouble is if someone else has got 820.
Yeah, I like the fact actually that Surrey went that big. I think once they set out their stall to go past 550, 600, I think it's important to get as much as you can. I do think, you know, there's no way any runs that are scored won't affect Surrey whatsoever, which means they can attack for these 2 and a bit sessions, which is really important. I think spin will play a big part in the middle part of the afternoon. I think we'll have a good burst from Fisher and Worrell up front. And then, you know, I'm interested to see what the spinners produce, because when I'd love to see a silly point in there. I really would. I think there's an extra pressure when you have that. And I think, of course, Durham are in a position where if anyone gets out playing a positive shot, the dressing room's going to be really quiet. So they'll want to come out and play, but play to score. I mean, not play to just defend. And as the game goes on, runs are immaterial in terms of what we've got.
They're not going to score at 7 and over from now.
Well, it's interesting to see Ben Rain play a shot over mid-off this morning, and which just about cleared mid-off. I think if anyone's taking that sort of risk, I think that would be disappointing. They fought very hard. There's 8 points to gain for Durham if they can actually play well for the next 2 and a bit sessions. And but there's a new ball to negotiate, and Dan Worrell showed how clever and skillful he is with that yesterday.
No, it is going to be fascinating before lunch just to see whether a couple of wickets can be winkled out. As we can see, the umpires just coming out. Surrey are, well, they don't want to waste time, do they? They want to get as many, they've got the 70 overs and they want to make sure that they get a bit of pressure on before lunch. Interesting that Sam Curran is looking at the ball currently. Walking out with Rory Burns. Alex Lees, who batted so well in the first innings.
He really is the key wicket, isn't it? I think of all the batsmen from the first innings, he looked the most comfortable. Plenty of time. I thought he scored a very good 100, and his reaction on getting out was I think that he was looking to double up. I think it was a frustrating, just pushed a little bit at a Dan Worrell ball just moving away from him, and it was only full stroke I felt in the whole innings.
I'm just wondering what the umpire is chatting to Rory Burns about. Interesting hand movements, making the thatched roof sign for something. But anyway, we will find out later, I am sure. Dan Worrell, unsurprisingly, is pinged the ball to start with.
Alex Lees taking first strike and to bowl the opening over of the innings from the Vauxhall end, number 8, Dan Worrell.
Because boy, did he bowl well in that spell in the first innings. Superb stuff. As he has so often for Surrey in recent years. A few more people wandering into the ground now as well, which is good to see, as Dan Worrell immediately finds the thickish outside edge. It will go for 4.
It looked like it was aerial enough that had it gone to hand.
Yes, it's in. There were 1 or 2 slips looking slightly head in hands at the moment, but he found an excellent gap between 3rd slip and gully, which has ensured that he survives, and 4 runs are added to the board. But perhaps playing it a wideish delivery, he didn't have to.
Yeah, well, first 10 balls are always the hardest.
Well, that one was on the stumps and was met with the full face. Were they always your hardest, Ali, when you were?
Well, look, I could deal with getting out for under 10. I would very frustrated if I got out for over 30. Anyone can get out early, but once you're in, and I thought once Alex Lees was in, he just looked quite imperious. Yeah, I mean, look, he's had his feet up for a while. He had to get used to the pace of the wicket again. I know it's fairly placid, but
and he allows that one to go through to the keeper.
I think anyone who's facing Dan Worrell has his absolute attention. I mean, he's the sort of bowler I would hate to face, the sort of bowler that makes you play. And I think that's the thing of a very good bowler, or in particular a lead bowler, which Dan Worrell is you want to be leaving as many balls as you can, and he doesn't really allow you to leave too many balls. He's very skillful both ways. He has a slower ball that I don't expect to see for a couple of hours, and if at all. But yeah, he's certainly Surrey's kingpin.
Slightly wide on that occasion. Of course, curse of the commentators, he then bowls a ball that's very easy to leave.
Well, having said that, I mean, he's lured Alex Lees. He got him out in the first innings to a ball that just left him. So
the first ball of the
innings, and the first ball here, sort of going through that gap between gully and backward point.
It's interesting that the left-handed batter, is more than happy to come over the wicket and push it across the batter and see what happens.
Yeah, well, that's how he had him in the first innings, and how he almost had him first ball.
Well, that is met with the full face, which you can hear as well as see.
We've heard the middle of the bat quite a bit through the last 3 and a bit days.
Did you bat often against the Kookaburra?
No, I can't. Well, I mean, maybe white ball.
Yeah.
Not in red ball. I mean, I did actually in 1990. This is 2 years before I made my first class debut. I did turn up for the Lancashire game here, where Neil Fairbrother got 366.
Oh yeah.
In a year when the ball was even more placid than this one, so
right.
It was a kind of an eerie atmosphere here. I came in on the last day. Neil February got 366. I think Ian Gregg scored 200 and something, which actually put my first-class career back a year or two, because his was the position that I probably wanted to take, and he was also captain who picked the side. So, yeah, so that kept me in the second team for another year of first-class cricket. But, yeah, I mean, and that year was one where the likes of David Ward scored 2,000 runs, and that year was a mistake, I think, because it was just a totally unfair balance for the bowler. The likes of Neil Foster, I remember bowling here to David Ward, and he hit him for 24 off the over, 6 fours. And it was a bit like you're just putting a ball into play, whereas bowlers have got a lot more skill than that, and they need a ball that will operate for them.
Again, a slightly thickish outside edge to begin his innings from Emilio Gay this time, but played along the ground perfectly safely. As Matt Fisher, he finished, did quite a bit of, he's already done quite a bit of bowling this morning in the 10 or so overs it took to finally take the last wicket.
Yeah, he looked very good in the first innings as well, I thought. Hit the wicket hard, got as much as he could out of it.
And there's another edge for 4.
Surrey would be pleased with this start. I think they've brought a few full shots. It's not a great time for an opener. They don't really get enough time to get in and then get into their innings. I mean, the thing with talking about that 1990 season and of course with a Kookaburra that has a less pronounced seam, if the ball is doing less, the batter is more encouraged to go and play for shots, because you don't think the ball will kind of nip back as much and maybe get through the gate. So you tend to be able to feel a bit more confident at going at the ball.
Big stride forward on that occasion from Emilio Gay. And it's good to see Matt Fisher back and bowling so well. He's had a few problems over what was supposed to be a spectacular career. Debut at 15 or something for Yorkshire.
Yeah, look, I mean, from what I've seen of him this year, I think he's looked really good. I know throughout some of the previous games he was very strong, and here I think he's hit some really good areas with good pace.
Possible strangle down the leg side, but not on this occasion. Nicely taken though.
Often overlook the ball down the leg side as I suppose on a flat wicket. I mean, my last ever innings was caught down the leg side, and it's kind of not a dismissal. You see probably a little bit more of it. I'm not saying people are bowling for it these days,
no,
but it you see quite a few of those dismissals can happen.
Yes, I suppose with more players looking to attack these days, if it's down the leg side, you feel you've almost got to try and play it. Just having a little bit of a wait as a spot of light gardening is done. And
probably no gardening required, but they'll be doing as much of this as they can for the next quarter of an hour. Yeah,
quite so. Yeah. Let's keep those overs before lunch down to a minimum. It's flicked away very nicely indeed, and that is the first boundary that comes off almost a legitimate shot in the second innings for Durham, and nicely played by Emilio Gay.
Yeah, I expect that was a lovely shot through the leg side, but the sort of ball that you could potentially pick out square leg with a bit of luck. But yeah, I think you'll find that any sort of gardening that needs to be done between now and 1 o'clock will be ruthlessly put down at length. They won't be wanting to face anything more than 4 overs here.
Yes, with the now 4 slips rather than 3 slips and a gully and a point. There are certainly spaces around the ground for the batter, but that one's played defensively. 8 off the over, 12 without loss after 2.
I do quite like the leg slip though. It's the sort of, we talked about a potential caught down the leg side, but I mean, we actually back in the day we used to always have that position for Darren Lehman, who was a brilliant player, but he would pick up balls very fine through there, and yeah, I just think it's more the back of a length ball that you're just looking to work off your hip that you might just get a fraction fine. It just makes you think.
Yes, you always feel for the batter if they've done it without almost as if they hadn't spotted the person was there. And look at that, holding the pose, and why not? It was a very correct looking forward defence from Alex Lees.
I'd expect him to be as tight as he can be, certainly up until lunch, and from a Durham perspective until tea.
Yes, it's not easy batting conditions here. We've got the floodlights on, but it's still pretty gloomy and overcast, which, depending on which kind of ball you're using, can be bowler friendly here. It's again solid in defence.
The forecast is for it to brighten up a bit later on this afternoon, so I think we're through the worst of the weather, and we'll give 2 sessions to have a fair crack at the 10 wickets required.
Yeah, it seems strange to have a day like this after the last week and a half's weather. But,
well, I think certainly from a fielding perspective, the fielders will appreciate that the drop in temperature, certainly gone down 8 or 9 degrees, which is good.
Once again, defensively played. Thought about the single possibly for a minute. What's that look of concentration on Dan Worrell's face as he goes about his business?
And down at Taunton at the moment, still 99 for 3. Somerset only 31 needed to. They've looked very positive down there as well. They're not as if they're just trying to defend. They're looking to try and go past that total, as they well should. I imagine 150 past will potentially be too much for Notts to chase, and a draw looks like it may be looming.
Well, there are spaces, and they've decided to trot through for a single on this occasion.
Of course, they'll be looking to pick up as many runs as they can without being too loose, I would say. I mean, you've got 68 overs remaining, so there's an opportunity to go and get 100 out there with as little risk as possible.
Yes, you want to try and avoid. It's a strange position to be in. You know you've got to bat out all day, but you don't want to get bogged down completely. And
well, the thing is, if you get bogged down, you then don't push at the balls that you should do, and you get caught between a rock and a hard place. So yes, they still want to be positive, but they won't want to play too much outside the eye line.
I don't remember you getting bogged down too often in your career. Would that be fair to say, or?
Well, no, there were times where I got. Well, you must have missed them, but yeah, there were times that it was. I mean, I took a positive role. I obviously used to bat 5 here at Surrey, and was generally well protected by the front 4. So I was very lucky to bat behind some very good batsmen, and which gave me the opportunity to. They often see off the new ball, which allowed myself at 5, Adam Hollyoake at 6 to go in and be a bit more attacking. But Ian Ward was one of my personal favourites, who never really got enough credit in that area. I think would often be bat the first session for about 35 to 40, but will have seen off the likes of an Alan Donald and Curtly Ambrose.
Always handy.
It's all, yeah.
Oh, and they've gone up for this, but the batter was uninterested. More importantly, so was the umpire.
Disappointingly, so was Josh Blake. I think you can often tell. It's a good ball, but the bowler and keeper, who are the 2 most important to sell that, were probably the least vociferous of the lot.
Yeah, and I think the replays there were showing it pinged off the thigh guard or the pad, top of the pad, which is why the slips heard something. It was well bowled, but no wicket. Emilio Gay, who's looked very solid off his legs so far. Well, he's playing from middle stump out to the leg side, and there he does it again.
It is 4 more to the total. I do think that I quite like what Rory Burns has Sam Curran in that position. He's only got to just a couple of times. He's played it nicely enough, but you do feel he gets his head just the other side of the ball, and could potentially pick that up in the air through there. You feel it's a little aerial. It's a good shot. Don't get me wrong, but I would feel that there's an opportunity. Could he just get the wrong side of the ball?
Oh, now there is no chance or opportunity for a fielder to, one, cut it off, or two, have any thought of a catch. It's very nicely played by Emilio Gay, who has gone about his business in a most positive fashion this morning.
Well, he will bat positively because there's lots of opportunities for boundaries. Surrey have got the, as they should do, they've got all their catches in. So, and they won't be worried about any of these fours as well. I mean, they've got a good 400 to play with, and they won't surpass that. So they won't be worried about the boundaries.
Well, Sam Curran does very well there to stop another one. But also, what you were talking about, Ali, if that had been clipped slightly on the up, he's in exactly the right place.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be half tempted to actually take the leg slip out and put another one in there.
Yeah.
Just even a bit shorter with a helmet. Just because the batsman will be thinking, well, you know, actually they put someone else. So it's almost like you're trying to get in his head as well.
Nice lift from that delivery from Fisher, but it's played well again by Gay. And they just go through for a single, and he's in almost one day T20 style at the moment, 18 off 11.
He's played some good shots though. I mean, it's in particular the straight drive down the ground. I thought was a nice punch, and we've seen a lot of that throughout this game. But yeah, he will get absolute value for shots, and when you know that, you're not trying to overhit as well. You're just trying to time the ball, because you know if you get it past the infield, you'll get full value when most of the fielders are behind the wicket in catching positions.
Well, I think this is the first ball that Lees has faced so far from Fisher, hence the long time marking the guard. And that's allowed to leave outside the off stump, which I think Lees will be very happy to do. Rather more so than Gay, who is looking to keep the scoreboard ticking along as well.
I mean, Surrey are going to bowl a length that will be drivable or whippable, purely because that's how they're looking to get the edges. Sometimes it's very easy when the conditions suit you to go a little bit too short. It looks good, but Surrey are hitting a length where catches could be taken.
Again, defensive push. That's the end of the fourth over. 23 runs so far.
I'm expecting some extra gardening to go on here. Can they spend the whole 5 minutes just making sure the wicket is an interesting ploy, a good ploy actually, that you could well get two overs in here. So I'll be interested to see how much gardening they do just to make sure the wicket is 100%, more than normal, I'd imagine.
Well, Will Jacks took a wicket with the last ball he bowled. So change of bowler, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. We're up for the test. Let's reach net zero together. Will Jacks doesn't pick up a wicket with his second ball this morning, as that's played into the leg side for a single. It was interesting. I could see Dan Lawrence signalling, let's get a bit of a hurry up and let's try and get another over in if we can. Bit of spin might be a good idea.
Definitely, but Alex Lees is on top of that. He'll be marking his guard.
Will Jacks is in now, seriously surrounded, but that was just short of a length and punched nicely.
I do like the two men in front of square though. It does make you think. Sometimes when you've only got one there, you can actually cover the other one, if that makes sense. And but when you've got two, you just know that one ball that might pop or turn could be snaffled by the short fielders.
A little bit of turn there for Will Jacks. To be dealt with by Lees.
And the thing is, you can almost try and get under the bat. You know they don't want to lose a wicket. And they have got one of the tallest silly points I think you'll see on the county circuit.
Yes, you're absolutely. Dom Sibley is not a short man. There's much cheering and applause going on for that over from Will Jacks, who certainly ensures that there will be one over at least of pace to be bowled.
It's often very difficult to make a spinner last for more than 5 overs. You've got to find some sort of hamstring injury and probably a shoelace to get through that. But yeah, and which allows Sam Curran to bowl the last over before lunch.
Yeah, good to see. Rotation, Rory Burns giving every 4 bowlers a bit of a dart in the first 6 overs, just to see whether something can be created before lunch. And we have a change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Stay ahead of the game, implement a winning sustainability strategy. Sam Curran in from the pavilion end, and that was a decent delivery. There was bounce and movement that caught Gay a little bit by surprise.
Well, he was trying to leave that, and luckily it's just stayed short, but it's the sort of one you can get a little fine nick on, and has almost carried the first slip.
Certainly wasn't a loosener. It's well bowled. Hustles in again, that's stroked nicely. It's a good save, great diving stop.
Fine effort by Tom Laws down at third man, but I don't think Surrey will be overly concerned about running the odd ball down and trying to. That's the sort of thing that you could get caught in one of the poachers in the slips by trying to do that.
Yes, there are 4 slips all angled, ready for this. We can just see Dan Lawrence is one of them there. Shapes away again. Sam Curran getting a little bit of movement with this still very newish ball.
I wonder if he's going to throw in a slippery bumper before one of these 3 balls before lunch. He has got a quicker than you think bumper with his arm action.
Not on this occasion, though he has another 2 deliveries to bring that particular ball to the party.
I think with the new ball, they want to be hitting the lengths that they have. They've been incredibly disciplined all game, actually. They've hit good lengths. They've had to be patient, and but they've asked a lot of questions. They've got a lot of half chances.
Yeah, both of these batters got off the mark with a streaky 4 through the slips. Now it's Emilio Gay's turn to show the defensive side of his game. Stay with us over lunch as we have 3 episodes of Second Glance for you. And that's played nicely out for a straightforward single, which brings to the end of an interesting morning. We were an hour late getting underway because we actually had some rain. Then took Surrey much longer than they wanted to finally finish the Durham first innings. All out for 362, and then Emilio Gay 22, Alex Lees 5, safely negotiating the 6 overs that were available ahead of the lunch interval, which means we've got 64 overs left.
In their second innings, trailing Surrey by 431.
Yes, I think Durham will be very happy that they've been.
I think in 4-day games it's really helpful to have 6,000 people in, because the days are long and sometimes you're grinding, and you look around here when the sun's out and you've got full pavilion and fairly full Galadari stand, and it's amazing that they want to come and watch county cricket, and it kind of gives you an extra bit of encouragement that you want to show them what you can do and provide some entertainment for them.
Short leg, mate. You'll be good. Do your job. These shoes do not go to short legs.
That's Jason's leg.
So much, they're so valuable. I mean, Franke's known as my old man, and George is someone that I go to on a regular basis. It's great because he knows my action well now, and he'll notice when my rhythm's not there, and I can go to him with anything and he'd have an answer for you, and he'd be very good about it.
Roll him out the session, all right? Top of the stumps, odd bouncer, odd slow ball. Come on, let's go!
I pride myself on being someone that Burnsy can throw the ball to when he needs something to happen. Like, I pride myself like that being one of my biggest assets of bowling, and I like getting the game between my teeth and like running with it, and then when you beat the bat a few times, you got your tail up even more, and you eventually get one. For the rest of the spell, quite often I'm quite pumped up and eager and ready to go.
Run scoring became quite difficult once the ball lost its hardness, and what Surrey did really well on that first morning in particular was to really restrict the flow of runs from Essex. Nathan Smith bowled really well. He took 3 first innings wickets, so a really good performance, and I think Surrey would have been very happy keeping Essex to just 217.
Each person have the way that you want to play. We are never going to second guess that. We know what the outcome is. Let's work through the process to get to that outcome again. So let's keep it simple again. Let's do it as 2 people. Plus the people on the balcony, but the 2 out there.
The first 2 innings of the game were quite similar. Both Essex and Surrey got to 88 for 1. 1 point, Surrey were 144 for 7. And at that point, Essex would have been casting an eye on actually having a reasonably decent first innings lead, but that didn't happen thanks to an amazing partnership between Sam Curran and Jordan Clark, and both of them were able to just score at a reasonable rate without taking too many risks. So very quickly the game was changing. Very quickly Surrey got into a lead, and it ended up being a pretty handy lead. Curran was outstanding in his first knock coming back from the IPL. He's not played a lot of red ball cricket in the last couple of years, but actually since he last played a test match in 2021, he averages 60 with the bat. Essex very quickly, although dealing with a first inning deficit, were very quickly on top. Walter was absolutely outstanding.
Okay, I'm bowling against one of the best to ever do it. How can I get him in trouble?
I was bringing all the energy. No one else was. No one else was clapping. No one was clapping except me.
Surrey fought back well. The seamers, as they had done in the first innings, were really, really good. But as Surrey would have felt that they were close to opening the door and maybe bowling Essex out for a total that would have left them with something that wasn't too much to chase, the game changed again. Young Charlie Allison, just 20 years old, in his first season in the Essex first team, had a difficult summer, hadn't yet passed 30 in first class cricket. He was on a pair coming into the second inning.
Play what's in front of your nose, lads. Play look too far ahead. Play what's in front of it. Good see into the future. I don't get the joke. I don't get the joke. I don't get the joke. I can't see it, mate.
Essex left Surrey needing 418 to win. No one has ever successfully chased 418 in a county championship game at the Kia Oval. So if Surrey were to get there, that would have been a record-breaking chase. That said, it didn't feel like it was necessarily that off the cards. A draw probably wouldn't have been what Surrey were hoping for when the game started on Friday, but Sam Curran, Jordan Clark, Jamie Overton really applied themselves in the final stages of Day 4 to ensure that Surrey got the draw.
It's raining, it's pouring.
Yeah, I'm nervous. There's a bit more on it. I definitely feel like it's a bigger week and it's more just that I do have quite a few friends at Yorkshire.
I have no words for these two. Let's just look at them. Look at them. Embarrassing. Oh no. What is that? That's on me. What's it? That's on me. That's on me.
Don't worry though, because Jade is there.
That's on me, guys. A little bit. I don't think we set enough. We lost our blueprint. We chest it, we set it, we finish it. That's what we do. I was a wandering midfield. I should have been backstick. Well, it was too much. That's on me. Glory. We won it too much. That's on me.
Hey, Rory.
I'm just trying to work out if they get like one down, what they do.
Yeah,
how they get it back.
Get around. Don't put any of that intel on there. You won't like me.
Think about all Adidas athlete, isn't he? Spoken enough. I'm it, boy.
You're starting off the innings, then it's down to you to like set the tone. Being in the pack of bowlers that we have, it's kind of just passing the baton on to the next bowler and trying to do what that guy's done before.
First and foremost, take away any sort of bowling ability. The fact of how good a bloke he is, he's turned up into this dressing room and fit it in. You know, he fit in like a glove.
As soon as it starts, it's game time, and we try and dominate really, and show what we're about.
Finding a little bit of rhythm. Yeah. That's all it is. But yeah.
Find the rhythm forwards. Yeah. Just keep running at time. 100%. Skip it off that space.
The bigger picture is, what's my mate done the other end? If he's put 6 dot balls together, can I do that again? Okay, can I not go searching? Can I not think and about 3 outies and then a big innie to try and take a wicket, because that's the selfish viewpoint. There's moments of the game when if you earn the right, you have the ability to do that. If you've backed up a load of pressure and the game calls for it, or you get a feeling, we've got to give the guys the opportunity to be able to go and do that and express themselves. That's why these blokes are X Factor.
Bowling against some of your mates, like they'll know what I'm going to do to them, because I've probably done it in the nets for the last 10 years, but yeah, there's some added about being in a game and here at the Oval. Johnny is like I think one of the best all-format players to play for England. He's now Yorkshire captain. Like always bowling against the best players is exciting. Like Johnny, it might be more game face because I know that like I cannot be off at all otherwise, and he'll wanna get on top of me, Johnny, because he's a Yorkshire lad and he's probably not happy that I've moved. The time in between it, I think, makes it quite special, like unique, that it is a bit of a grind. Like you're finishing Monday, you've got 1 day off on your Tuesday, you're getting back Wednesday training, Thursday training, back into it. It is like you're living in each other's pocket, and there's something like, yeah, really unique about that, and something that challenges you in every aspect. And that's for us anyway. And like, even the excitement before the season starts, you kind of like, I hate the grind at times, but I can't wait for the grind as well.
Felt calm and kind of at home, I guess, since I've got here with the group. So that's a credit, I think, to the environment.
I'm a pretty traditional batter. I like batting long periods of time. I like doing the basics well and trying to wear bowlers down and cash in later on.
I was really excited when I found out I was batting 3, and it was nice to get some runs today.
To go through the gears like he did was incredible to watch. Be short and sweet. could be long and sweet as well. Down that order was relentless as well. We talk about the bowlers being relentless, but as a batting group as well, just keep coming. And from 6 downwards, put on a huge effort.
Spend some time here, bit of ground force, and just get down. Rattling it. Do it.
To Geshi's Castle.
Nice, Jerry. Nice, Jerry. We've just created Matthias Muralitharan. Did anybody see that? 2 balls, and we've got Murali.
So you might have to go to the well here.
But we do our things, we do it for longer. I want it, all right. I really want this one. I really want it.
I think once we get out there in the middle, it's a battle, and it's like any other team. They're the opposition, they're the enemy. So yeah, we've got to make the most of trying to get a win on the board, basically.
The boys are running in, you're taking a catch for your mate there who's charging in. He's got a sore ankle, he can barely stand on it, but he's charging in, and to take catches and make an impact for an individual is such a lovely feeling.
Fishy,
Outstanding
great
fish.
efforts.
Well done, Boychuk.
Well done, boys. Good catching.
Unbelievable.
Well done.
Wicket, mate. Well done.
Awesome. Well done. And Benji. Hot balls. Nice. Great energy, like awesome. Well done.
Good day, very good day.
Pulling straight, Lazi. Well done, lad. Awesome.
I think bowling in partnerships is something we talk a lot about. Finishing overs is really important for that, and I think just continue doing how we've been doing that the last few games is a real good blueprint for us.
I'm not letting you into every secret.
Chase.
No, I'm just gonna. This was everything we spoke about. Getting this win now was everything we spoke about how I would feel.
Thanks, Fish. Well done, mate.
There's obviously a lot of prep that goes into plans and those sort of things in terms of 4-day cricket. Obviously we've got Louis, who's brilliant up there. Some good minds in bats, Jade and Jim. So there's some good people to bounce off. But yeah, a fair amount of homework goes into it.
It's all about building pressure for long periods of time. Keep extending it. When we've got them, extend with it. That's actually it. Yes! Yeah, look at that. I can't keep dealing with him.
Should we have a team photo, actually? Let's have a team photo.
Get up there. Tails.
Ed.
There you go, you got one.
Go well.
Thank you.
Go well,
Cheers, guys.
Good one, Rowan.
Cheers.
Well, basically, I just hoyed it as high as I could, and it landed on head.
Yeah, you can do that.
And when you're off, don't think that you're off, mate, but you're leading the charge for half an hour.
And if you see people saying, no, I'm in charge.
Yeah.
I'm Ryan Patel, I'm in charge.
And if you think that you're going to go to a boundary at one stage today, think again.
And if they think they can't respect you, go better.
Well, after Gus Atkinson struck Sean Dixon on the glove, Somerset made pretty steady progress on that first morning, getting through to lunch without losing a wicket. Surrey bowled well, but they didn't create too many outright chances. And the game really turned after lunch when Surrey completely put a lid on Somerset's run scoring.
Frank and George might have their own conversations. I'm trying to hammer home just that consistency and that pressure, because you know over long periods of time that rewards us, and we've seen that as a group. So I'm less about the googlies as much and more about hammering home that pressure. I think with the ball, you look at the scoring rate and you try to hold scoring rates and get wickets in clusters. Particularly here, you know, the pace of our pitches, you always know that with our seam attacks are going to probably pull something out of you. So it's more about just that, exerting that control.
Gus Atkinson showed his international class in the week that he was named one of the 5 Wisden Cricketers of the Year. He bowled with a little extra pace and intensity.
If you're controlling the scoreboard, more than likely, as a batter, you feel like you're going nowhere. You're going to want to try and force an issue or try and maybe play a shot where it might cost you a wicket.
Batters play and miss the ball 6% of the time in first-class cricket. Surrey made Somerset play and miss about 9% of the time on that first day. James Taylor made Somerset batters play and miss 11.5% of the time on that first day. They were relentless with that old ball, and they made that old ball talk as well. So even though it was a good pitch, they managed to get Somerset to 187 for 7. Given that Somerset were 98 without loss earlier in the day, that was an amazing effort. Surrey were able to just keep going at 3.5 runs and over. Dom Sibley batted really patiently, but alongside him, Rory Burns batted at a really brisk rate, and so did Jamie Smith. Jamie Smith was consistently aggressive, and those two in particular, Burns and Smith, ensured that Surrey were always applying pressure on the Somerset bowlers, which wasn't something that Somerset were able to do in the middle session on day one.
If you keep getting nicked off by good ones, then fair enough. And then with the bat, I think it's more just getting guys in rhythm. Like you see Sibs at the minute, there's a confidence about how he's playing, and getting guys to trust themselves and trusting their process of how they're scoring their runs, and then sticking to it and knowing that what good scores are on certain surfaces, making sure you get some and then trying to force the game with runs in the bank.
Dan Lawrence batting at 6. He basically carried on his form from the previous week. 100 at home, eye-catching 100 at home. He batted really well with the tail, saw through a tricky period on the second evening and then went up through the gears on the third morning, getting a half century and making sure that Surrey's lead was a significant one. 83-run lead.
Give him a massive day, mate. Get into it.
Get into it, straight in.
Massive dig. Brilliant catch down the leg side from Ben Folkes, showing just his technical prowess with the gloves, really. He made a lot of distance before he made the dive, making a really, really difficult catch. Almost look regulation. Great bit of captaincy from Rory Burns, getting Dan Lawrence on for not just 1 over, but 2 overs before the lunch break. And Lawrence struck in his first over, trapping Tom Lambie in front, LBW. Slight change from Clark after lunch that really got the collapse going, where he brought his lead back just a little bit, aimed for the splice of the bat, and you saw that most noticeably in the wicket of Josh Davey, who batted nicely at number 3, the surprise number 3 for Somerset, with a ball that just lifted a little bit, and Davey was a little bit late onto it. And even though he got face of the bat on the ball, the angle of the bat with that extra bounce meant that the ball trickled down onto the stumps.
At least I did it for you in your second glance. Made the content relevant. The longer you do something, the more pressure that you can build. You're going to get rewarded down the line. I don't think that really changes regardless of where you play or who you play against. So, yeah, I'm expecting another good game of cricket and hopefully come out on the right side.
Bowling again?
Depends who wins the toss.
No, I think you.
What? No, maybe. It's my sort of surface, I reckon. It's green.
Welcome back to the Kia Oval. 2 sessions to go, 10 Surrey wickets required, 431 runs for Durham to make Surrey bat again. That's the sentence I'm looking for. That's the least likely of all the scenarios, but Surrey will without doubt be hunting an unlikely victory from this position. I'm Cameron Punsonby. I'm joined by Jeremy Coney, and we'll be talking you through the next half an hour or so of today's play. 6 overs bowled so far by Surrey. Durham are 27 for loss, but not without any worry or concern. There were a few moments, a few opportunities where Surrey beat the bat. Jeremy, how do you fancy Surrey's chances of taking these final 10 wickets?
The chances, if we look at the game, relatively slight, I'd have to say, but they need to believe that they've still got the chance while the new ball, there's only 6 overs bowled with it, and so I would have thought Worrell and Clark might have started. Worrell normally bowls the Vauxhall end, doesn't he?
He does indeed, and we've got a change of bowling powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Jordan Clark's going to get us underway from this Vauxhall end. SSE Energy Solutions, step up to the crease, let's bat for sustainability together. Clark in to Emilio Gay. Well, there's a play and a miss. A very excited slip cordon for Surrey, and positive signs for the home team, who'll be needing lots of those shots from Durham if they are going to get these 10 wickets.
Well, started with a delivery that was up, angled in from around the wicket to the left-handed Gay, Emilio Gay, and it actually swung away slightly. So it was an in-swinger for a right-arm bowler, but an outswingers to Emilio Gay, so it beat the outside edge. That's why there was interest suddenly.
Left alone on this occasion by Gay.
There it is, another little bit of movement. That's why we're suddenly alive here. We're taking slightly deeper breaths because we haven't seen movement before. And
well,
the
two
in a row like that, it's remarkable.
Well, the weather's very different today on day 4 than it has been for the previous 3 days of the match. A lot of cloud cover, cooler temperatures. And there's that movement again. This is beautiful bowling from Clark.
It's good. That's opening Gay up a little bit. And he's looking to play that because it's coming back towards straight from the bowler's arm. And that's just, he's held the pose, which is okay, but definitely beat him. Now we sort of have a little more even equation.
3 slips and a gully in place, a leg slip in position as well. This time defended up towards cover. So it is an early change of bowling for Surrey, turning to Clark. Daniel Worrell so often dominates proceedings from this Vauxhall end.
Hasn't bowled at all today, Clark. So a chance for him to get into the game for the first time today, really. Don't know whether I'd have the leg slip with the ball going away like that. I'd either have him on the leg side because Gay tends to fall over with a heavier head to the offside.
And this time he does get the drive away. That'll be 4 runs. That's the game Surrey are playing. Pitching it up, looking to get the ball swinging and moving. And if every now and then Durham get a boundary away, well, they'll be fine with that.
Or you bring him across that leg slip into a kind of a catching backward point area as he looks to drive. He likes to play his strokes, it seems to me, so if he's going to go at the ball, you don't have to be really close backward a point.
1 ball remaining.
Still be in the game.
1 ball remaining of this over. Gully has immediately been moved to that point region. Left alone. 31 for no loss after 7 overs. There was a grimace that came across your face there with that fielding change, Jeremy.
Well, I like the Gully's got to stay in there. And so I think another man has to come across. You put 2 gullies in there if you like. I mean, I just think you've got to get 5 wickets in this session. So it's an all-out assault, really, for Surrey. When I say all out, I mean you just got to start early on, while they have to resettle and get back into their innings and so on. You want a mistake. They do. Nearly made one that over.
Well, there are 4 catches in place for Sam Curran. The left-handed Sam Curran bowling to the left-handed Alex Lees. Just takes the inside edge of the bat. Durham will be able to trot through for the single, and he'll bring the right-handed. No, sorry, I beg your pardon. They're all left-handed out here.
Yep.
4 catches remain in place for Emilio Gay as well.
I think also 1 man over. Just like the way if Curran's going to start it on leg stump, if it doesn't swing, Gay is quite keen to whip that through the leg side. He's got a few boundaries. Like to see them both just a bit squarer, those 2 men there. Curran also will swing the ball away from the left-hander. He nearly got Gay before lunch, just sort of guiding to first slip. It just pitched in front of him. He's also quite skiddy, so he brings LBW into play if he gets a straight one. And thirdly, I think he's quite useful on because Will Jacks coming from the Vauxhall stand end might have just something to play with.
So he does sneak down the leg side. Emilio Gay really moves a long way across his stumps. I don't think he was particularly close to bowling, but there was a bit of a cacophony from the slip cordons. Curran leaving that cover region open. The offside field is set. That there is a point in place, a wide mid-off. No one kind of fielding on the square, as it were, enticing the left-handed Durham openers to drive, and hopefully, for Surrey's sake, edge to the 4 slips. Goes for the attempted Yorker.
See, even there, Gay is falling over, isn't he? He's falling away to the offside. His natural body weight is away rather than into the ball. And that's when you start to hit the ball aerially on the leg side.
So 62 overs remain in the day. Now that heavy head of Gay falls across his stumps, but his hands are whipped through the ball and he picks up a single.
Got to try everything this session, don't you, really? So not long spells, unless, of course, they're successful ones and you're taking wickets and you're in the middle of a period of bowling like that.
Well, Curran's over comes to a close, 33 for no loss. I'm sure the Surrey fielders will be delighted that it's a good 15 degrees cooler today. I'm almost a bit disappointed for them. If they were able to force the victory, you almost want it to have been this extreme achievement where you spent 2 days out in the desert and managed to force the most unlikely of victories. And then if there are photos taken today, you'll go, you won't believe it. We did 10 wickets on the final day and there'll be clouds everywhere and the floodlights will be on. I was going to believe your stories.
You love a good record, don't you? We've
always
claimed a victory on the hottest day of the year after the highest innings in the first innings.
I'm a man of extremes, Jeremy.
Oh.
Jordan Clark. And this time, Gay just leans on the ball, opens the face of his bat, and that trickles down towards deep third. Durham able to pick up a couple. Dan Worrell's just directing some traffic here. He's moving himself from mid-on to mid-off. He's shuffling Sam Curran across, which has gained, the extra catcher in the slip cordon. So there's now only 3 fielders rather than 4 on the leg side, and it's a mid-on and a leg slip. You happier with this field?
Yeah, I would like someone just in front of square rather than the leg slip. I don't see if he's going to be bowling out side off stump, how does he get caught leg slip?
So what would Surrey's thinking be, though? There must be a reason why they've opted for that strategy.
Maybe if he just loses his line slightly, he might tickle one down there.
Well, there is that straighter delivery. Gay defends well.
I think he's more, if it's a fullish ball, which is what he's trying to do to get the edge, generally fuller rather than short, then I think he's more likely to hit it in front of square. And if it does go in the air, you want to have someone in that area.
It's a good battle brewing here between Clark and Gay. Gay's not been shot shy. He has thrown his hands at a couple. And in response, Clark's been able to beat him. This time, Gay getting in behind the ball and defending down the ground. Some words of wisdom just imparted from Tom Laws to Jordan Clark. Or actually, he's moved slightly. He's now a more conventional mid-wicket. Pulls, and Tom Laws is in the game. Was that a short ball message, perhaps, and he's adjusted his position, or luck? You don't have to answer every question, Jeremy. Yeah, it's fine. That one's for the viewers and listeners at home to make their own minds up. Very full, and Gay digs the ball out, almost with the side of his bat, it looked like.
Leading edge. Lucky it's gone along the ground.
So Gay survives. 9 overs gone, 36 for no loss. Gay on 30, Lees on 6. Lees, of course, the centurion for Durham in the first innings. What has been an altogether peculiar match. Lees has pretty much been batting since halfway through day 2. He's probably had a very lovely time, aside from the first day and a half.
Yeah, he's a key to this.
Much more stable from Gay there. Clipped up towards mid-on, and it was aerial, which is just what Jeremy Coney's been referring to. That Gay sometimes has a tendency for his head to fall over slightly, and when off balance, it leads to playing the ball slightly in the air. I'm Cameron Punsonby. I'm joined by Jeremy Coney here on the Surrey live stream. Surrey hunting for the final 10 wickets to secure a victory. That time it's a long way down leg side. Surrey spent the best part of, well, just over a day bowling Durham out, and the reward was to get to do it all over again. Emilio Gay is part of Italian cricket's quest to get to the T20 World Cup. He started representing Italy over the winter. He's done quite well in Italian colours. Try and get his record up. There's been I think it's Gareth Berg, the former Northamptonshire all-rounder. He's relatively high up in Italian cricket. He's effectively played a game of Football Manager. He started a new career. He's gone around the world, found out who's got an Italian grandma or granddad. He said, "Do you fancy a game?" That's very short from Curran, and Gay thinks about it, but with 2 men positioned out on the leg side boundary, opts to duck and weave instead. That's the 10th over of the innings, finished 36 for no loss.
Well, it's been a much more even 4 overs since the restart after lunch. Why? Because of movement. Movement in the air, certainly for Clark, a little bit less for Curran. But he also does a job, as I say, for another bowler in the Surrey side as well. Clark is the main threat at the moment.
And Lee somehow manages to squeeze the ball through the 7 fielders position between first slip and backward points. The ball just hold up short of the boundary. It was Rory Burns with a despairing dive. So Rory Burns, who had been at leg slip, has moved across. And now they've run 3 and Gay's back on strike. He's moving back to leg slip. But for Alex Lees, they had 4 slips and almost 2 gullies. Well, here we go. Emilio Gay's played 4 matches for Italy in 50 over cricket. That's full, driven. And more runs for Emilio Gay, this time 4 of them. Showing some of his Italian international form. Across his 4 matches, he's made 4 half-centuries, high score of 96 not out, and an average of 135. That'll do you.
Who are they playing against?
Other countries.
Right.
I'll go and find those next.
The Falklands?
Here we go. I've got him. He played Tanzania, Hong Kong, Uganda, and Singapore. He's 16 runs away from another half-century here.
Yep, he's played aggressively, played the strokes. Got quite a high percentage of boundaries, I would think, in that 34. Surrey's still quite interested in him, I think, as a potential wicket.
This time clipped through mid-on. And with very few fielders in front of square, he'll pick up another couple runs. That Italian team. He opens the batting with Joe Burns, former Australian Test opener. Is Phil Walker in the box? He is indeed. I can give a shout out to the Surrey Championship with their player at number 3. He's called Marcus Campopiano, who actually works here at the Oval with Surrey. I think it's part of the backroom staff. Also plays for East Molesey. Grant Stewart of Kent at number 5, and Gareth Berg down there at number 9. Former County Championship all-rounder.
Yes, quite a high percentage of county cricketers.
Couple of dot balls to finish Clark's latest over. The score's 45 for no loss. And it's just getting a little bit brighter here at the Kier Oval. That low cloud cover that's kind of dominated the area here this morning. It's just lifted ever so slightly. I've just been confirmed that. I'm really, why am I trying to say a word I find difficult? This is such a silly strategy. Marcus Campopiano is the assistant strength and conditioning coach for the Surrey women's team. Don't say I don't keep you informed here on the
No.
Surrey live stream. Sam Curran into Alex Lees. That's tickled round the corner on B4. After a brief period of jeopardy, when we return from the lunch interval, things have just got a little bit easy for Durham's batters in the last 2.5 overs. We've seen runs flowing, a couple of boundaries being ticked over, and they now move on to 49 for no loss. Do you ever play any county or club cricket over in the UK? No. Oh, you're always more than welcome to start, Jeremy.
That's very kind of you. No.
Driven up towards mid-on where Jordan Clark is in position. We just see Tom Laws there doing a little run through in the background of your screen. Up and down one of the practice pitches. I assume that's allowed and he won't get too sternly told off by the ground staff. 4 slips still in place. That cover region still wide open. Begging Alex Lees to throw his hands at a wide one. That's clipped through square leg. Dan Worrell will take off after it and will haul it in, but not before Durham complete 2 runs, and that's the Durham 50. So they're 51 for no loss.
Mainly drives because Surrey have been sort of searching for wickets a little bit, and that means a fuller kind of length, bring more dismissals into play, hit the pads, hit the stumps, get the edges. Clips off the leg sometimes that are not controlled. All those sorts of dismissals you can get from a full ball, but at the same time you give the others a chance to knock it round, and that's what we've seen so far.
Well, we're going to see a quick change of tactics here from Surrey. Sam Curran's going to come round the wicket to the left-handed Lees. It's prompted Ryan Patel to move from 4th slip to leg slip. Dan Worrell is repositioning himself ever so slightly. That fine leg. In fact, he's sprinting in now. And there he is immediately. Think about when you're a kid and your coach tells you to walk in and you've forgotten to do so. And then you start sprinting at the last minute. That was what Dan Worrell was doing there. It worked. Saved a run.
Good. You know, when we played, Cameron, all of us had jobs. So in addition, when we played, we couldn't really consider something else. So whether you're a sports distributor or whether you're a banker, we had a grave digger in the team.
Short from Curran. 52 for no loss.
So most of us, as soon as the season was over, we were back to jobs. There are a couple of players, of course, like Jeff Howarth, who was playing here at Surrey, or Richard Hadley at Nottinghamshire, who had cricket, you know, other jobs to go to as well, but not many.
Well, it's still the case now in the domestic game in New Zealand that the professional contracts are 8.5 months of the year, I believe it is. So those players still need to go and find employment for the other 3 months.
Yes, the contract system doesn't really quite pay them enough to just stay with cricket all year.
Clark hangs one outside off stump to Alex Lees with 1, 2, 3, 4 slips in waiting. No, I beg your pardon. 3 slips in waiting, 2 gullies, and a kind of backward point. I also have an update from around the grounds, and the need for Surrey to take these wickets has just increased that a little bit further because Nottinghamshire have just removed James Rue.
Right, so they're 4 down now.
They are 4 down.
And still behind?
Still behind, so they're effectively -6 for 4, which is not a place you want to be. Liam Patterson-White with all 4 wickets for Nottinghamshire so far.
Yeah, it's been a spinning pitch down there, hasn't it?
Not as dire as it sounds for Somerset. I'd say they're 3.5 down. They opened with Matt Henry as an almost night watchman opener. So they now have Tom Abel and Tom Kohler-Cadmore at the crease, with Tom Banton and Archie Vaughan still to come. Not to mention Craig Overton, who's very handy with the bat. Casey Aldridge is also more than competent. And Jack Leach has been known to have his day. So in terms of when you were playing, you obviously had to have other employment outside of the game. Was there the possibility or the potential, if you wanted to chase the sun, as it were, and come up to England over the summer and chance your arm for a contract, was that an option?
If you were good enough and had a decent international season, you might get perhaps a call, an offer, maybe. And a few of the players were interested in doing that, yes.
Well defended by Alex Lees.
It's nice bowling from Clark. He got a little bit closer to the umpire and the stumps, the delivery prior to that one, and it nearly bowled Lees. Just getting that away swing, but it was coming from a different angle to him. Felt he was safe, but it was rather close to that off stump of his, just because of the angle it was delivered from. I suppose New Zealand cricket now, it's a very difficult time for the nations that don't have the amount of money and the resources to be able to offer their players a decent contract, a meaningful contract, which means they can concentrate on their cricket right throughout the whole year. They've just bought part of made an investment in an MLC side. So that's another thing that they can then offer the players to say, look, yes, you're not going to get that much, but you might have access to playing.
So change of bowler. Tom Laws comes into the attack from the pavilion end. First time we've had a look at it in this innings. SSE Energy Solutions. Get more for less. Optimise your operations with energy efficient solutions. You're correct with that MLC investment, because it's
not really a team at the moment, I think, but there's one that's over the next season. I think there might be 1 or 2 new sides coming to add to that.
I remember the way they chose the teams for Major League Cricket. They opted, well, it's now a 6-team league, is they looked at, there's a channel called Willow, which is effectively a cricket specialist TV channel. They basically just looked to see which cities watched the most cricket, and from that point they went, right, we'll put the teams there. And so where they're expanding to, if they want to grow to 8 teams, I think they might be looking at Toronto. Well bowled by Tom Laws. That's taken a bit of glove, a bit of something else, and struck Emilio Gay. I think it might have just flicked him on the grill. It did sound a bit helmety. And the physio has been called for. So New Zealand Cricket have invested in the league. Washington Freedom side have a tie-up with Victorian Cricket, Cricket Victoria. Or is it New South Wales? There's 2.
That's right.
And then the San Francisco
Huge coaches,
Unicorn.
don't they? Coaches, and they provide physios and that kind of assistance for the team.
It's the other way around. Washington Freedom is Cricket New South Wales, and the San Francisco Uniforms? That'd be a hell of a team. Good team name. That's the franchise I'm creating. Partner up with Cricket Victoria. Just checking on Emilio Gay here, if he needs a new helmet. I think just a glancing blow rather than anything too significant. These are the 5 questions they're asked. It's a bit of a high pressure environment there. What day is it? Oh, God.
No, to get those wrong. What's your name? You left or right-handed? The interesting thing about also that MLC is that I think they've probably only got, well, they only had 2 venues last year to actually play in. So all sides went down and played, I think, a round, didn't they, at each of the venues?
They look to expand. They're looking to expand now, and they have expanded this year. So it was only in Dallas and Morrisville in North Carolina. And this year they started the competition at the Coliseum, Oakland, the Oakland A's old baseball stadium. And it was one of those combinations where those in the ground said the atmosphere was actually pretty good. I think it'd been restricted to a capacity of about 8,000 or 10,000. And there was about 6 or 7 in, making a good atmosphere. But when you watch it on TV, that stadium holds tens of thousands, so it looks incredibly empty. And that is the kind of catch-22 for American cricket. It's such a diluted fan base. There are millions of South Asian people there who love the sport, but they're just spread over a country the size of a continent. So how do you concentrate them in any one place and fill the stadiums to match the overall demand? Well, that's a top edge. Emilio Gay goes after the short ball and picks up 4 runs.
Well, he got a fine edge, and so that's why it passed over quite harmlessly the keeper and all the other slips. If he'd got a lot more on it, then it might have just gone straight in the air and there might have been an opportunity. Not a bad delivery from Laws.
It's an attacking field here from Surrey. They've got 4 slips in place. Ryan Patel fielding at short leg. And they also have Dan Worrell down at fine leg, ready and waiting for a catch if that top edge is uncontrolled. The idea for Major League Cricket is that all the teams will eventually have their own stadiums.
But it is quite hard, isn't it, to develop a fan base, and that if they're every second week you're just leaving town.
It's hard to develop a fan base, but also if every team has their own stadium, if you're flying from Texas to Seattle and Seattle to Washington, play and a miss there from Emilio Gay. The attractiveness of that league, if you are an international player, dips down quite a lot. At the moment, it's a very easy 3 weeks if you're a star international player. You fly into one location, you might change once. You play your matches over the space of 3 or 4 weeks, and then you go. If every other day you're on a 6 or 7 hour flight, that all of a sudden becomes a lot less appealing. Wow, swing and a miss again from Emilio Gay. We're going to have a change in the commentary box. I'm going to make way. We have more from Jeremy Coney, then I'll be replaced by Guy Swindles.
Well, Gay is actually having a crack at everything, isn't he? He's tried a hook in that over. Went for 4 over the top of the keeper. He's tried to really chase a wide one as well. All the while at the other end, Lees has looked really reliable, stayed within his game. And so Clark has now had his few overs, and as I mentioned, with Curran bowling at the far end, it would perhaps make a few little marks, maybe, for Will Jacks.
Change of bowler, powered by SSE Energy. From the first ball to the final over, let's power change together as Will Jacks comes in and plays it down. And it's played back to the bowler. Afternoon, Jeremy.
Afternoon. Nice lunch?
So nice I had it twice. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I was a bit greedy.
Okay.
I'd be struggling for a quick single now.
For the shepherd's pie?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Seemed rude not to. Thickish outside edge, I think, on that one. But far enough forward to keep the ball vaguely under control. You look as if you don't have the big... You wouldn't have come back for second, Jeremy.
I just
in
had
very
the
good
one.
shape.
Just had the one. It was tasty, though, you're right.
It was. I'm not sure they can get any more fielders round, but they're going to try. Yeah, we've got 2 slips now. Always happens, doesn't it? You get everyone round the bat, of which there was 6, and then it's short outside off stump and clumped away for 4.
Yep. You just want to keep the bowler probing away, and you drag down straight away, and you've got 5 catches around the bat. 6 with the keeper, of course. So you've only got 9 fielders anyway.
Well, Will Jacks waiting for the ball to eventually make its way back to. It's a much better delivery. Nice flight, but well played from Lees. And these 2 Durham openers are providing exactly what their team needs at the moment. Another big stride forward, another defensive push.
Love to see Jacks get up on front of, on the front of that toe and catch up with his body, because at the moment, because he also has the lean, he's not getting up over and getting the ball to get overspin. And what you do with overspin is it will come more steeply into the ground as it wants to go into the ground. And so therefore it's a little bit shorter than the batsmen think it's going to be for the length. That's when you give it time to bounce or to turn or to do something, and then you get those catches in close into play. You attack the defensive game of a player.
Laws from the pavilion end. Do you think it's because players are in limited white ball cricket, they're trying to ping it in a little quicker and perhaps don't
know
it as much?
I'm not sure about that. But certainly it's a great skill to have, and I mean, someone like Nathan Lyon has really operated on that skill. He does it so well, of course, and he does get some assistance from the hardness in the pitches. Here it's much softer.
Laws bangs that one in, and it's allowed to sail over his head by Emilio Gay.
It's one of the reasons I think that the Kookaburra experiment is not working here. These pitches are just too soft. They don't. You need to be able to hit the pitch hard and get some response from it.
Now, I was talking to an alumni of Surrey, Ricky Clark, and I'll bore you with the subject after this next delivery. And that's pushed out into the covers. They drop through for a single. And he was saying that we've got fabulous drainage now on all of these grounds.
Too fabulous, actually.
Too fabulous. And that's exactly his point, that it's draining everything out. And that includes the hardness of the wicket, because this used to be one of the quickest wickets in English cricket, and as Old Trafford the same.
Well, I do remember Michael Holding running in. 76, and gosh, that ground was burned, wasn't it? It was.
That was one of the great, great moments of international cricket. Up on his toes, played very comfortably, which he probably wouldn't have done if that had been Michael Holding in 1976.
No, it's an interesting point that we've made the grounds so drained nowadays, so that we can therefore, as soon as there is a shower, that it goes and you're back on the field as quickly as possible, and that's understandable to do that. But to do it on the actual wicket, we call it a block, you call it a square.
Yes, perhaps that should. But then again, it's unintended consequences, I imagine.
I'm sure. But it's also, I think, you would think that once the pitch got drier quickly, that it would get drier and drier, and it would start to deteriorate.
Yeah.
Start to deteriorate. That would be one of my major concerns since coming back here, is that you're not getting any entropy at all. It's not deteriorating. You want a cricket pitch to actually, over 4 or 5 days, to deteriorate.
Headingley in that last Test match being the perfect
Better and
example.
better.
Yeah.
And at Lords did it in the World Test Championship.
Yes, of course.
As well.
Yes.
So it's a new phenomenon, and it's not really designed for the game.
Laws round the wicket and up on his toes. Lees pays that nicely out to point, and it's another over successfully negotiated. And at the moment, this is frustrating for Surrey because Gay and Lees largely look pretty comfortable.
Yeah, there was a bit of jeopardy when Jordan Clark was swinging the ball.
Yes.
This is the first time we've
First
really
over
seen
after lunch.
a decent kind of equation between bat and ball. Batsmen are having to watch the ball, wait for the ball, judge the length, judge where their stumps were. Slips went in, and there was a game. And we've now, I'm afraid, returned to what we've seen for the majority of this contest, where the bat is in charge pretty much. You've got to probe away, keep believing that things will happen. See if you can get over that front foot a bit more.
Nicely pushed into the covers by Amelia Gay. Trots through for another single. Yeah, I was talking to the bowlers with the Kookaburra ball, and they were saying that after 20 overs, if you're a seamer, it's already quite soft.
Is that right?
Yeah. It's
Well, they've told us, the Kookaburra have said to us, that they've put more lacquer on the ball to make it harder.
which it sounds like when we hear the ping there, but
The figures don't lie, do they?
No.
The totals.
no, I saw Andrew Sampson had done some figures for us on runs scored per partnership and what have you with Kookaburra ball compared to our normal friend.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen 860 for a first innings total being asked and put in.
Yeah. I've forgotten that, yes, of course. Well, that's a little bit of a squirt.
Yeah.
Does draw the full shot, but Lees gets away with it. Five players around the pitch, around the batter, including the fielder on his knees as well, which is an interesting approach from Dan Lawrence. Jeremy, you're going to have a... Oh, well done, well done.
Yes.
Well, it's been a
Round
very
of
pleasant 10
applause.
minutes.
Everybody else said, no, somebody else is coming on.
Oh, yeah.
That's the other way.
Even
Yes.
louder.
Here's Phil.
Yeah.
Here's Phil.
Afternoon, Phil.
Afternoon, Guy. Great man's hanging in there. Been a long few days.
Now, earlier Cameron was talking about cricket in America, which is an interesting thing. You'll know more about this than me. But it was the big game in America, and they had Olympic teams and everything. They were really going well. And then as Laws comes in once again, and that's a bouncer that they can trot through for a bye as wicketkeeper Josh Blake fails to take it first time. And then the International Cricket Council was set up by England, and they only invited people from the Empire and left out America and Canada, particularly America, who said, fine, OK, we'll play another game. Thanks very much. And now, 150 years later, we're trying to get back in. Punched away on the back foot. It's a lovely shot, but straight to the fielder.
Yeah, we're in that peculiar kind of twilight zone where runs don't matter.
Yeah.
And yet, Emilio Gay's compulsively watchable when he does go on the attack. He's a fabulous player to watch. He missed out in the first innings. He's made a sprightly 40-odd here. Really stays hit when he attacks.
Yeah, it was a good signing by Durham, wasn't he?
Yeah, bagged a pair earlier in the year. He made a couple of hundreds as well.
Laws is bending his back at the moment, but to little impact.
I remember reading about Bart King as a kid, the Philadelphia Quick. He was the godfather of American cricket in the late 19th century, early 20th maybe.
Got to have a godfather in America.
Bring him up here, John Barton King, 1873, Philadelphia born. And Cricinfo says by far the greatest cricketer that the US has ever produced. Cricket was a big deal in Philadelphia in particular in that era. It was far more popular than this baseball thing that they were vaguely considering. But yeah, the establishment in their wisdom turned their back on the new world, and that was that. Cameron works, you see, in American cricket. Works for one of the franchises.
Oh, I
don't know
wondered
if
why
he likes to say this too loud.
I wondered why he was quite so
on message.
Exactly. And quite so versed in the various franchises. That's a nice delivery, but allowed to pass by Lees, who dropped his hands nicely. There's a very good novel called Neverland.
Yeah, Joseph O'Neill book.
Yeah.
Beautiful. It's a fabulous book.
Love that book.
I was talking about that in the pub the other night, funnily enough.
Laws round the wicket, and they trot through for a single as that's pushed out into the covers. And this match is badly in need of a wicket, you feel, for just to rouse everybody again. Unless you're a Durham fan.
Well, indeed. And look, they will be more than content at this point. It's been a strange game for the visitors. We were just saying they turn up in the toss, have a bowl.
Because England do.
Well, this is, to be honest, it's the way of things here. It's been the case for the last few years. It's Rory Burns' automatic decision when he wins it, and visiting captains have cottoned on. And it does tend to work. But if ever there was a day, and I'm not saying this with hindsight because we said it at the moment, ever there was a day, 31 degrees, way back when on Sunday morning, before history did its thing. If ever there was a day to win the toss and have a bat, it was that day.
Yeah.
Cloudless sky, hot, pitch, barely any green on it, even on day one, and yet Alex Lees was dragged in. And it was a strange first day, that guy, because after about 45 to an hour, it was pretty evident that something weird was going to happen. There wasn't even... Oof.
It's clattered straight into the man at
yeah, that's
short
Ryan
leg.
Patel under there. That's going to have hurt.
It was a decent stop. Didn't think it was a chance. Just watching the replay now. This is played very correctly up to mid-off, where Dan Worrell does the fielding.
That's better though, isn't it? Putting him in that twixt in between, not quite sure whether to come forward or back.
He's bowling very tidily now, Will Jacks.
Yeah, he's accurate. Just doesn't seem to quite have the same kind of mystery that Dan Lawrence has. Dan Lawrence seems to get the ball up and down with a bit more action, a bit more energy on that ball.
Well, Jeremy was. You and Jeremy are singing from the similar hymn sheet currently. Jeremy was saying he doesn't get his arm over the ball quick enough to actually turn it enough to ping off the pitch. And
yeah, he's a very old-fashioned style off-break bowler. Floodlights to back on as well, guys, so
yeah,
it may help get a bit more energy for the seamers. But whatever action we have seen has been slow and sluggish, and the pitch just hasn't really offered too much. We had that new ball period yesterday afternoon with Dan Worrell, but aside from that, tough.
Yeah, a couple of overs after lunch from Jordan Clark, when he beat Emilio Gay twice, got an edge on one other, and it looks as if suddenly something was going to happen. But that was snuffed out fairly quickly as well. Emilio Gay having a lengthy drink of water. Laws wandering around, waiting to get going again with his day job.
That shirt could do with an iron, couldn't it?
Oh,
it's dragged from the bottom of his bag, Tom Laws. It's a day 4 shirt.
I'd have thought Surrey would have had people to do that for you.
Perhaps in white ball cricket.
Oh,
think
no, you're right.
Different,
you're right. Different from county cricket.
More organic out
there. Needs ironing lessons.
Just going back to Bart King then.
Oh yes, please.
The boss of American cricket. So you had 3 tours with the touring Philadelphians, who were the sort of de facto American national side.
Now that is a shot. But he had all the time in the world seemingly to play it. And he races on to 47, but absolutely nailed that one. So on his 3 tours with the Philadelphians.
Tours are right in the heart of the golden age. So the turn of the century, the era of Ranji and Jessup and so on. And 3 tours, he picked up 72 wickets, 93 wickets and 87 wickets playing against the English counties. And the 87 wickets came at 11s.
Just watching that shot again, it was a good one.
Yeah, he's got real class, as I say.
Even Emilio Gay can't reach that one, and it will be a wide.
Picked up 87 wickets, did Bart King at 11 in 1908, playing against the counties, and C.B. Fry. Here is that.
Oh, yeah.
Dirty bouncer, and fair enough, there has to be a wide. C.B. Fry and Pelham Warner at the time said that he was the best bowler in the world. So
they would have known.
Indeed, and if he'd had a different birth certificate, he might have been talked about in that kind of bracket. Oh, that's kept low.
Or if Britain hadn't decided to keep the game to themselves.
Indeed.
Or the Empire, anyway. That one did keep a little bit low, didn't it, that last delivery? Just looking at where we are in the match so far. Trail by 387, but that's 71 without loss. It's frustrating Surrey at the moment after that mammoth first innings total.
Okie doke.
Laws in again. Oh, and that's another booming bouncer. We have news coming up at the end of the over. Phil has the details.
I've been the promo guy this week.
Oh, yes?
Yeah.
Do you put on a promo voice?
I think so, yeah. We've got the 4 Surrey T20s still to come that I've been hawking like mad all week.
Quite so.
Sunday doubleheader against Essex. I've got a few tickets in for that. A few old friends from that part of the world.
Neck of the woods. Well.
Yeah, Essex can't buy a win anywhere at the moment.
That's a beautiful shot. Well played, Emilio Gay. That brings up a thoroughly deserved 50. The slight first 4 was a streaky one off the outside edge. 65 balls and 9 fours, as you just heard. And it was still a nervy moment. They had most of the day still to survive when these two walked out 6 overs before the lunch interval. They've looked increasingly comfortable since. It's flicked away to the man cleverly put in at that short fine leg position, and he goes straight to him. That's the end of the over. 75 without loss, and Gay has finished his 50.
So here we go. England-India, Friday evening. It's the third T20, and it's live here at the Kia Oval. Go to the website, kiaoval.com. There's a few tickets still kicking around, and so if you fancy coming along, it should be a real humdinger of a game. The weather is set fair for the weekend. And England will be, frankly, licking their wounds.
They have to win.
They were poor on Saturday, and they fell away last night as well in the second game.
Jacks is in again. Yes, I was in Bristol last night for that game.
Yeah.
And they had India in a spot of bother, 31 for 3, and rather let them off the hook.
Yeah, Nat Sivabrunt, of course, skippering the side. She's playing well, but there aren't too many helping her out with the bat around her at the moment. But it will be a special moment for her as...
That's if she's fit enough.
Indeed. Hopefully she passes that test and comes through on Friday night to skipper here at her home ground. That will be a great moment for her. There's a few questions around the team, isn't there? A few questions around the side at the moment.
Well,
tough winter, and
Danny Wyatt Hodge stopped a run of 4 straight ducks by scoring 1 and then clipping it straight to mid-on. Driven nicely by Gay again, up on his toes, and he just punches that through. Oh, I'm not sure it's actually going to reach the boundary, and it doesn't. It actually just stops and says, Dan Worrell, you've run all this way. I shall make sure you keep them to 3.
just going back to Emilio Gay's first full year with Durham. Played a couple of games towards the end of last year before signing fully long-term now, and he's had a funny kind of year, but a very promising one. So much so that becoming ensconced in that England Lions side, he played against the India A, build up to this Test series and made good runs, made 46 and 71 and 5 in his 3 innings against them. But as I say, began this year with a pair. So first week of April, first game of the season, all the build-up, all the hype, all the joy, all the nervous energy, and he went blob, blob. And then he made 41 against Warwickshire, and then another naught. But since then, he had 152, 104, 40, and those runs as well against India A. So he's starting to really find his feet. He's only 25 years old, and he's a fabulous player to watch. Stands tall, hits it on top of the bounce. And he's one of these players bubbling under the surface in English cricket.
Well, we have a change of bowler, powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Stay ahead of the game, implement a winning sustainability strategy. And the strategy for Surrey is to bring Dan Worrell in, which is a pretty good strategy on the whole.
So can he produce one of those magic spells? It's now or never.
Doesn't even bother to run. Literally just strokes that to the cover boundary, Emilio Gay, and says, thanks, next please.
I saw him get, I think it was 147 here for Northants. Back end of 2022, perhaps. And it was that year when Northants were in the top division. maybe the year before that perhaps, but he was just a young lad, and
Yep.
it was a real standout knock on day one against, it's a Surrey attack, which speaks for itself. It was one of those innings, Guy, where it sticks in your mind because there was a purity to it, a real clarity in the shots and a charisma as well at the way that he carries himself. It's the kind of player that you want to watch.
Absolutely. As he's not, I think I agree, it's not complicated. He doesn't try and, he just plays everything very well.
Yeah, and yet he's got one of those nearly men records on paper.
But as you say, he's only 25, and that is clipped beautifully. Again, I don't think it's quite going to get there. It's going to keep the fielder interested. He's going to be scoring quite a lot of threes by the looks of things, with the outfield certainly having been slowed down a bit by the overnight and morning rain. But again, he's not trying to hit it too hard. He's just finding gaps and stroking it and timing it nicely out into aforementioned gaps. Dan Worrell's gone 4.3. Alex Lee's very happy to be playing the anchor role. Bouncer doesn't look a terribly dangerous weapon on this wicket at the moment. So that one again was allowed to be left far too easily, really, as far as Surrey are concerned.
Yeah, so just breaking down Emilio Gay's record, he's only been a pro for, this is his 7th full year. Started at Northants, of course, and as is almost inevitable with young players, took a bit of a time to get going, just made the 100 in his first 13 games.
Oh, there's an edge. Was there an edge? Sounded like an edge.
Yeah, quietly played though, soft hands. There's just no life in this track anymore. Yeah, his breakthrough year was 2022, with that 145 it was actually here at the Oval. In the last knockings of that summer in September time, and since then he's been a very good county player. Last year averaged 54, reached 1,000 runs for the first time.
Oh, thank you very much. This time for Alex Lees. Just punches it through the covers on the back foot very easily for 4. And it's the easily that Surrey will be cross with. So Dan Worrell comes back into the attack and gets thumped for 11, which is time for me to take a rest, and Cam will come in and take over alongside Phil.
Washington Freedom's Cam Ponsonby, is that?
I was delighted when Jeremy Coney organically brought up Major League Cricket. I thought, this is my time to shine. Former tweeter in extraordinaire, tweeter in chief of Washington Freedom in their inaugural season.
Just follow the money, don't you?
Absolutely. Modern day journalist. Here comes Will Jacks. And that struck Dom Sibley on the heel in its short cover.
Have you heard of Bart King? Don't get your phone out.
Clipped up to Jordan Clark at mid-on. I feel like you're going to school me here. You're going to tell me off.
Just wondered, that's all. As a self-appointed authority on American cricket, I just wondered if you'd heard of him.
Started in 2023, didn't it?
Yeah. Resurrected.
The Seattle Orcas, the first ever American cricket team. Oh, that's edged quickly past Dan Lawrence on his knees, that gully. It goes away for 4. I might be doing Emilio Gay a disservice there. I think he's just opened up the face of his bat, got onto his back foot, and cut the ball away. Well played.
Yeah, I mean, it's all slightly moot, but he's looked class. 65 not out. He's batted as fluently as anyone has all game.
And that's 4 more.
I don't think it is, you know.
This time driven off the front foot. No, we'll have a race. And you are correct, Phil. Your gauge of the pace of an outfield is better than mine. They'll have to trot back for 3. But it was well struck by Emilio Gay. And that proves the difficulties for Will Jacks because his previous delivery wasn't that short. And Gay rocks back and cut that ball. And the following ball to overcompensate. Jacks threw it that bit fuller. And Gay was quickly onto the front foot.
He's in one of these, Emilio Gay is definitely in this bracket, just simmering below England recognition, isn't he? I think he's got the minerals, I really do. I've seen him play a few times. I really like the way he sets up. I like the range of shot. England Lions like him too. He needs one of those big years, real huge years. Made 1,000 runs, as I was saying to Guy just now, 1,000 runs last year. First time he's got that milestone. Just needs another real breakout year now in the top division. He's playing at a good club to get noticed. Under a watchful eye of Ryan Campbell. And he plays with the kind of punchy front foot attitude that English cricket is looking for.
We can see Dan Worrell just setting his field here. They're going to the short ball here, Surrey. There's a fielder in the deep bat, fine leg, deep square leg. There's 2 square legs in the ring, either side of the line, as it were. Fielder at deep third as well, waiting. Gay ducks underneath it. But your point of Gay's method of play is very important as well, because as we know with this England setup, it's not just how many, but it is also how. How do you go about your cricket? How do you score your runs? To be that kind of front foot aggressive player.
Got quite a curious record, really, because he does have shots all around the wicket. He's strong and powerful. Stays hit, and yet his T20 record is, well, it's next to nothing. He's just racked up 13 games, 150.
Oh. Now that's taken something on the way through to Josh Blake. It's fingertips stuff from the wicketkeeper. We'll have to see a replay here, whether that's just run off the face as Gay's tried to get out of the way of it.
I think it has, Cameron. I think that was a chance. Runs given.
Runs given. So the first opportunity of this innings, well, the first opportunity that I've seen myself. I'll have to go back and double check. Here we go. Yes, it's just rolled off the gloves. It's a really well directed short ball from Dan Worrell. And Gay survives. Just practices his little shimmy out the way. Lees goes the other way, ducking underneath the ball.
Certainly worth a go, this plan. Roughed them up a little bit yesterday afternoon, caused some inconvenience. Didn't actually prize out a wicket, but there was a couple of false shots, a couple of half volleys to mid-wicket. On another day would have gone straight to hand. Definitely worth a go.
Well, I was very optimistic about Surrey's chances when play finished yesterday. I felt with a new ball in hand this morning, it may kind of nick a couple of wickets early. Then rain came and it meant you only had 80 overs rather than 96, and that meant you'd only get 1 go at the new ball rather than 2. But I had just thought if Surrey managed to get Durham 3 or 4 down, anywhere close to tea time, the almost gravitational pull of a collapse would take over. The win would almost be inevitable. But Durham holding strong so far. Well, Lees has barely moved there. He's just kind of bobbed his head under that ball like a boxer, avoiding a jab. These are hard yards for Dan Worrell. You're late in the day, you're halfway through day 4. It's been 30 odd degrees over your previous 2 days worth of bowling. Now you're running in with a ball that's 24 overs old, giving 2 set batters the short stuff. Bit of a false start. Another well-directed short ball, but well managed by Alex Lees. 24 overs gone. The score is 98 for no loss.
Where do you stand, Cameron, on protocols regarding shaking hands on a draw?
Well, I think historically there have been instances where it's bizarre that teams have chosen to shake hands, and there's the idea that sometimes players, they play a lot of cricket and they might be a little bit too eager to, you know what, that's enough. For instance, last year, we're going to have a change of bowler here. Dan Lawrence coming into the attack. Oh, sorry, bowling changes. Powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Blow the competition away with renewable energy from one of our named wind farms. Remember last year, Surrey away to Taunton. Away to Taunton, at Taunton. Let's just push through the covers. They'll pick up a couple. And there was a rumour that had Somerset not, I think, dismissed Ben Folkes with about an hour left to play, they're going to shake hands. You know, what an absurd situation. You can still win the game, keep going. That two's just brought up the Durham 100. But I think we have to go on until 5 o'clock this evening.
We do.
Well, that's a loose ball from Dan Lawrence. Full toss, clipped away. No one out there protecting that boundary. That's 4 runs. And in that instance, it may feel a little bit later than necessary. But what's the alternative, Phil?
4 o'clock?
I think there's a chance if it does get towards 4 o'clock, you might just see these floodlights turned on a little bit more.
Are you suggesting for a second that there are ways to engineer the end of a day?
I'm just saying Emilio Gay might face a ball from Tom Lawson and go up. It's like, I can't see that at all.
How dare you?
I'm in favour of all forms of skullduggery.
How do you spell skullduggery? Go on.
It's just pushed off the back foot as I gather my thoughts. SKULLDUGG.
Ah, it's the same old mistake.
Ah, is it just one?
It's the one L. You, like most normal right-thinking people, you'd assume it would be 2 L's.
I would.
It's just the one.
Well, I guess I don't know the actual origins of the word. I don't know if it's related to the skull, the human skull in any way, shape or form. An appeal for LBW. No dice from the umpire. I'm Cameron Punsonby. I'm joined by Phil Walker here on the Surrey live stream. Armour chipping away at Surrey's total of 820.
We've got to the point where we are trying to trace the etymology of the word skullduggery, which is perhaps a sign of where this cricket match is now.
I was going to allude to that with a bit more mystery. Clipped into the leg side, and that'll be 4 more. Emilio Gay is helping himself to some free runs here. He moves on to 81. Alex Lees at the other end, just on 28 off 66 deliveries, and it's the end of the over as well. 12 runs from it. Durham 110 for no loss.
I guess it's getting to the point for these two. It would have been a slightly squeaky first half hour post-lunch, knowing that a couple of quick ones would have put the skids up the rest of the batting lineup, but now they've got through 25 overs of this innings. Now it becomes quite good fun, you'd think. Emilio Gay's having a laugh out there. Basically a run of ball 81. Very little pressure. Fields up. Runs are immaterial to the context of the game.
Short, and that's pulled well in front of square. Dom Sibley will give chase, but he'll lose, and that's 4 more to Alex Lees.
but not to the players themselves. Emilio Gay came into this round of games with 545 first-class runs. He's not far off adding 100 to that. And it all counts at the end of the season when you tot up your wins and losses. As a batter, have your tough days, and then you have days like this, and every run counts to the individual.
That's just clipped Alex Lee's hip on the way through. Well taken by Josh Blake. Just keep an eye out what's happening down at Taunton between Somerset and Nottinghamshire. Somerset still 4 down. Their lead is 39 runs, so they are effectively 39 for 4. Nottinghamshire trying to force a victory there. Tom Kohler-Cadmer on 92 not out, supported by Tom Abel, who's on 16. You're absolutely right, Phil. For Emilio Gay, these next 19 runs are well worth getting. Pulls again. Oh. Ow! That hurts.
Oh, no.
That has been absolutely nailed into Ryan Patel at short leg, and he's going to need some medical care and attention here.
So I think that's missed the pad. I think that's gone right into the inside part of the knee, the unprotected part. We heard that pistol crack off the bat and then off the bone itself. That is an awful moment for Ryan Patel.
You're right. I thought at first it'd come off his boot or something because it didn't have that pad-like sound, and you can see he's just gesturing to it there with his hand. It's just snuck in above those. I was very concerned for Ryan Patel until I realised all his teammates were laughing at him. So we are going to have a look at the replay here. Look away if you're...
Oh, our producer has a...
he's just snuck to the right-hand side of that pad.
Save 4.
Save 4. First chance of the day, second drop in a matter of overs.
Oh.
I think you can see there, Ryan Patel's breaking out into a smile himself. Imagine the shock more than anything will be taking over first, and he'll have a hell of a bruise to do it.
He's going to be okay. He's going to have one hell of a shiner, though.
So what do you do now if you're Ryan Patel? Do you stay there, or do you go, you know what, I've done my turn. This is someone else's shift in under the lid. Well, everyone's got a smile on their face now, all at the expense of Ryan Patel, who's worn one on the knee, fielding it short leg. It was a brutal pull shot from Alex Lees. And there was a moment of concern for the Surrey left-hander. Soon replaced by kind of smiles and giggles by everyone involved. Alex Lees has a word with Ryan Patel, just checks he's okay. And Ryan Patel, the brave man he is going to put the helmet back on and crouch down again.
Meanwhile, Somerset doing Surrey a hand here. Still 4 down, now leading by 40 at Taunton. Essex 7 down in their game against Yorkshire.
Short again from Worrell. It's an interesting field Surrey have set for this, for the Durham captain. Man, that deep third, where Worrell's placed for the ramp shots. You've got Tom Laws out at fine leg, Dom Sibley deep square leg, Ryan Patel short leg, Rory Burns backwards square leg. It's all creative and imaginative as they hunt for a wicket of any type. And the problem is, if everyone's square of the wicket, there's no one straight. So bunt down the ground gets Alex Lees 3 runs.
Tell you what, they're really eating into this deficit as well. Now just 342 behind.
So by the end of today, will Durham have avoided the follow-on? That's the question. I know the second follow-on, which would otherwise be known as the result. I quite like the idea of them just continuing to bat until they reel in Surrey's total. Four. It's another lovely shot from Emilio Gay. Stood tall and punches the ball through the offside. He moves on to 85. The score's 121 for no loss. And we're going to have a change in the commentary box. So Phil Walker's going to make way. Former Surrey and England cricketer Ali Brown is going to come in and presumably talk us through Emilio Gay's third century of the season. He's now just 15 runs away. He must have batted on some day fours where the likelihood of a result is kind of petering out. Is it enjoyable as a batter? You kind of thinking to yourself, these are some freebies. These are good stat builders for the end of the year.
Yeah, I don't remember too many freebies actually. I mean, on the last day, I was going to talk about Ryan Sell's drop catch. I thought he was a bit unlucky. They
just stayed lower.
They either stick or they don't. Yeah, I mean, it's not just the freebies. I feel that although Gay has 85, he's the most likely to get out, which Surrey will be pleased about.
Lawrence into Lees, and that's short. Lees defends off the back foot. So is there still hope within the Surrey team here that if you crack over, you just get one wicket, then remarkable things can happen and they'll find a way to bowl Durham out? Does that have to be the mindset?
Well, of course it's going to be the mindset, but I would say the energy levels or the expectation levels are a little bit less than they were an hour or so ago. The wicket is, it's obviously very good. There's not a great deal happening. I thought Gay just nearly caught behind there. Just need a slightly taller keeper, but it was a very good effort. Just tipped it over the top. But he's looked a bit susceptible to that shorter ball. Certainly, things have happened when Surrey have gone short. In particular, Tom Laws.
Lawrence really targeting this front pad of Lees. There's 5 men around the bat. 2 of the helmets on in front of square. 2 slips and a leg slip in place as well. No fielders on the boundary. And that full toss is just bunted down the ground for 4 runs.
Well, it's a great opportunity for the Durham batters. There will be plenty of boundaries on offer. We're probably about 40 minutes away from Rory Burns just exercising the arms a little bit and maybe coming on for a couple of overs. It's the sort of thing you almost want to put on a bowler who is a lesser bowler, like the non-turning leg spin of Dom Sibley is one that could produce a wicket.
Lawrence just fires that in quicker. Lees is back in defence. So I suppose there comes a time as well when you don't want to ask Dan Worrell to go back into the well and find one more spell for you. If you're trying to look after your bowlers over the course of the season.
Well, I think he's got 5 overs left in him, and it's a case of, can we break open an end and get a quick couple? There are men round the bat, but as I said, these two look, in particular Alex Lees, who I know he's only on 39, but he is playing the Sibley-esque role, and he's looking pretty solid with it, as he did in the first innings. I think he looks like he's here until the end. Yeah, I just feel that, okay, Gay is on 85, but he could open up an end because I think he's targeting 130 or 140 if he could potentially get it.
You can see here the bowlers that Surrey have used this innings. Dan Worrell's bowled 5 overs. Matt Fisher has bowled 2. We're going to have a change of bowling again as Will Jacks is going to return to the attack, this time from the pavilion end. All Surrey bowling changes powered by SSE Energy Solutions, your business energy partner, meeting you where you are on your sustainability journey.
Yeah, I watched Will bowl from this end, from just behind the bowler's arm. He's bowling very straight. He's looking to try and bring in LBW, as he did with the only wicket of the day earlier on. But as I said, it's if you get forward, play with soft hands. I think there's no real bounce that's sort of unexpected, and so it's proving a good wicket to bat on and fairly easy to play at the moment.
Well, there are some more runs for Emilio Gay. Just clips that into the leg side, and they pick up 3.
It's a nice time to bat as a batter. It's a bit like when all you got to do is get it past the infield and avoid playing anything stupid. They're not going to play any cross-batted shots or ultimate risk. Certainly before tea, I wouldn't have thought. But they can pick off various 2s, 3s and 4s around the ground.
I'm going to reach out to our Stato-in-Chief, Andrew Sampson, and find out what the most dramatic or the shortest periods of time, 10 wickets. It's a dot ball on this occasion, just cut off the back foot to point. What the most dramatic day 4 collapses are. I don't know if we're in the process of potentially making history.
I played in one here against Yorkshire, where they needed, I think, 29 to win with 9 wickets left. And we won by a run.
Say that again. They needed
29 to win at lunch with 9 wickets left.
Goodness me.
And although the fielders are going, well, you know, there's a good chance that it's not going to happen. We had a captain who actually believed it was going to happen and kept in. Adam Hollioake kept telling us, you know, get a couple of wickets. If we get the first 2, then they're going to choke, and in the end they did.
Well,
but it's very rare.
Alex Lee's just cut that away for 4 more. The runs are flowing here. So 9 for 29. That's the type of collapse which prompts a few kind of cricketers to think about retirement and maybe moving on from the game. It's a real heartbreaker.
Mark Robinson gave himself out. He was batting number 11 for Yorkshire, and we appealed for a noise behind, which we were going up for LBW, but he told Peter Willey, the umpire, that he hit it, which we said, well, we caught it, and Will gave him out. That was the match, and really it was, I think, because Yorkshire just assumed, as Adam kept telling us, they already halfway up the motorway, but no one actually took control of that game, and they gave us an unexpected win.
So had Mark Robinson hit it, or was he saying that to kind of defend himself, not knowing that the ball had been caught?
I think he thought we were appealing for LBW, which probably we were, but he said, I've hit it, to which John Batty said, well, I've caught it, we all said. And that's when Peter Willey actually said, well, if you're saying you hit it, then you're out caught behind. And there were some very, big players in that. Martin Moxon was one. Bevan was another. The very good Australian finisher. So they had some strong players in still to come, but they couldn't get over the line on that occasion.
I want to go searching for this scorecard. Well, it's a good dot ball for Surrey there. It's a really powerful drive into the covers from Emilio Gay. Give me a clue. What year could this have been?
I would guess 2002, 1, not sure which.
Edged past that second slip. Emilio Gay gets a couple of more runs. Now let's just keep an eye on this throw in from Tom Laws. It does bounce on that occasion. He's a long way out, but we did have in the previous over Dan Worrell just having a little talking to from the umpires, who reminded him that if you are throwing the ball in, it's meant to be on the full.
There is actually a fine line between getting it in on the bounce, which is easier to do, to skid it in over the top, and not. I mean, going back when I remember playing in some one-day games when Gloucester and Somerset in particular used to do it, used to throw it in to try and soften the ball. which is probably why sometimes you have 2 balls, which you didn't used to have. But the back end of the game is like hitting a happy sack at times if you could soften the ball.
I remember growing up learning about players who could throw the ball in almost kind of frisbee-like. They'd line the ball up on the seam and throw it, so almost span like a spinning top, and would only ever land on one side. I don't know if I've ever believed them that they can do it.
Oh, I could never do that. I would always pick it up across the seam, so I wouldn't. I think the worry is if you do that, you get your wrist wrong, and suddenly you're throwing it. It's going 10 to 15 yards from where you're aiming.
Well, here's a look at the Durham batting card. It's 135 for no loss after 29 overs. Emilio Gay into probably the lesser nervous 90s that he'll ever be in. Alex Lees at the other end on 43. That's down the leg side. Smart bit of work from Josh Blake behind the stumps. A little bit of a commotion from the fielders around the bat. Clipped away. And this bizarre innings continues because your natural reaction to a shot like that is there'll be a fielder somewhere ready to pick up the ball, but no. Trickles all the way to the boundary. That's 4 more for Emilio Gay. He moves on to 95.
Good test for Ryan Patel's knee. Just, if you'd imagine it had given up halfway, maybe you could have run more than 4 if the ball hadn't have got to the rope. But you feel that Will Jack's bowling pretty straight here. You feel that Gay will be lining up potentially mid-wicket. He can clip one through there with enough power. Could be the take him slightly closer to the 100.
Defended into the ground by Gavin. Informed by our Director General, John Surtees, that the Yorkshire game was in 1995. And with the beauty of Cricket Archive, short cut. That's 4 more. Emilio Gay is cruising along here, and he moves on to 99. Here we go. All right, Emilio, hold your horses. If you can just save this final run. Whilst I've had a look at this. Surrey win by 1 run. From the 10th to the 14th of August, 1995. I was a week old, so I remember it well. And that's clipped into the leg side and is Emilio Gay's century. A fine innings that started under distinct pressure as he needed to take his side through a dangerous period of play and ensure that they didn't slip to an early collapse and a potential defeat. And he's now gathering his rewards. 3 figures for Emilio Gay. It's been an innings of high class.
Played very well, hasn't he? I mean, he's certainly taken advantage in the last 45 minutes of Surrey's attacking fields, but he's certainly taken the game to Surrey. I thought Tom Laws has sort of made him take his game to another level. He's been very positive, but he's been rewarded with some very fine shots and a good wicket and a well-deserved 100.
Dan Lawrence is going to continue. It's the 3rd century of the season for Emilio Gay. You can see his wagon wheel there. 100 off 98 balls. Boundaries all around the ground. It's a very satisfying wagon wheel indeed. Missing a red line for a 6 though, so we can work on something.
I think the thing is you don't actually need a 6, bearing in mind you can...
Oh, Ali, that's so boring.
Well, but he's actually trying to save the game.
No.
And if
get those biceps out.
If he went for the 6 and got out, I'm not sure they'd be that happy.
Muffled appeal for LBW. Goodness me. So, just looking at this scorecard. So Yorkshire needed 219 to win, and at one stage they were 215 for 7. So they just needed 4 more runs from their final 3 wickets. And it didn't happen. Must have been fun evening for the Surrey boys.
It was an afternoon, actually. I mean, it was
Even better, even worse, actually.
Well, it was lunchtime. It was lunchtime on day 4, and Adam's chat was they're halfway up the M1 already. But if we can just get these two out, which we did, and then he did a lot of bowling actually, and we all squeezed in as a fielding team, and I think we all started to believe a bit more the more wickets we got.
That short clips into the leg side. 4 more for Emilio Gay. A certain Michael Vaughan was opening the batting for Yorkshire in that fixture. How did you get on, Ali? 48 in the first innings. You've got to go on there.
Yeah.
You can't be throwing away starts like that.
Sorry about that.
And in the second innings, 5, more forgivable. Bowled on both occasions, though.
Well, I got hit on the pads more than anything else, I think. So it's always disappointing when I get bowled, to be honest.
Well,
should have got something.
I'd imagine you'd been pleased, yeah.
Well, I mean, that 48 was more than the last 9 wickets for Yorkshire. But there was the pressure, actually. You could just sense the pressure as a fielder. It was great fun to be part of. You could see how nervous they were expecting someone else to do it.
That's a beautiful delivery from Lawrence. Really spat out from the surface, beating the outside edge of Emilio Gay. Well fielded of his own bowling from Lawrence. Brings to a close another over. The score is 148 for none. We're going to have a change in the commentary box. You'll have more from Ali Brown, and I'm going to make way for Guy Swindles.
Emilio Gay, 104 not out. His 100 coming off just 98 deliveries. What an innings that's been from him. Alex Lees looking to continue his own way, which is a little bit less frenetic than Emilio Gay. Ali Brown checking some stat or information, as that is punched into the covers. There is no run.
I'm checking the stat, but I'm also checking where I put my reading glasses.
Ah!
I might be a bit more time. I'm trying to work out the most amount of hundreds in a certain week, and I wonder whether 1990, when there was no ball, whether that was. When I say no ball, there was no real seam on the ball.
Yes, I remember. We were talking about it at lunch. The bowler's nightmare season.
Yeah. Sadly, I didn't manage to get in that year. I was a couple of years behind that, but it was it looked great fun for to watch from a batter's perspective.
Well, we'll have to text the great Andrew Sampson, who can find out things like that for us. So, what were you after? How many hundreds?
The most amount of hundreds in any given week.
Most hundreds in any given week.
We saw Surrey get 4. Northants had 4 in innings. I just wondered.
Oh, hang on.
If you compared it to someone like 1990, and that was the year when David Ward scored 2,000 runs for Surrey.
Right.
And there was the game here against Lancashire where Neil Fairbrother got 366.
Okay, I have a stat for you because Andrew Sampson's way ahead of the game. Most hundreds in a championship round, which we'll use instead of a week, was 28 in matches starting the 18th of April 2007 until last week when it was equalled, and Gay with the 29th means it breaks the record. So there you go.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you might get players to get in and get double hundreds. So in effect, although that's a double, it's less individual hundreds. So, but just seeing the Northants innings and seeing Worcester, there's an awful lot around.
And that's not including all the hundreds we saw in the Test match either. So yes. Dan Lawrence continues to twirl as Dan Lawrence does, and that's clipped away into the mid-wicket region for 4 more by Emilio Gay. Lawrence, whose first 6 overs in the first innings cost 6 runs has been rather more expensive in this second innings.
Well, I think everyone's going to be more expensive in this innings purely because of the fielders. Or they need to get a wicket and open something up. And although they're probably thinking this isn't going to happen, they've still got to believe that, you know, ultimately they've got loads of runs in the bank. And these two should see it through, but were they to, you know, play a loose shot and allow a new batter to come in with men around the bat?
The old golden rule, isn't it? 2 wickets go quickly.
Yeah.
Things look very different.
You've still got to believe it. You've still got to believe it, even though you probably think this is...
How many overs have we got left? Okay, just under 38. Yes, at what point will you decide? Will they decide that possibly there isn't a chance of a result today?
Well, I reckon they've got until tea to, you know, I think it's going to be very difficult to grab a result from here.
Oh, and that's beautifully driven down the ground for 4 more.
I think it's also the ease of the boundaries and the noise off the bat. You know, the timing off the bat just shows, you know, how good this wicket is. And of course, with Surrey having to attack and having to, you know, pick up a wicket and roll the dice, you know, as a batter, you also don't try and overhit it, because you know you've only got to get it past the infield, and you're going to get a boundary.
As we saw from that replay just then, it was timing was beautiful. He didn't try and overhit it, but he just clipped it perfectly straight through mid-on for 4. That's coaxed into the covers, but there isn't a run on this occasion. But again, he just seems to have all the time in the world. I know it's a great pitch and the ball's not doing anything, but even so, Emilio Gay is making this look even easier than possibly it should do.
You want to cash in, and when he missed out in the first innings, and I think I've mentioned earlier, I think you might have got a pair earlier in the season, but you know, at the end of the season, you want to make sure when you get wickets like this, you are able to cash in, because if you can get 300 or 400 a year, that allows you a few times where you might end up with a duke ball on a wicket that does a bit more, maybe in September, or a greener wicket when sides are looking for a result. You might find it a lot harder to score. So you do have to cash in when it gets easy like this.
Well, he's just swept that as we're just watching the replay again for his 3rd boundary of the over, to take the overall score to 160 and his contribution to 116. There we go, big letters. I think that probably explains we usually get a bigger crowd in on day 4 here at the Oval, but I think what with the combination of the weather and little chance of a result, it hasn't been quite the grab that
I think
other 4th days have been.
I think losing the first hour, and then probably those that were looking to come in would probably have looked to see what was happening. Of course, you can see online now, can't you? You can see what the game's going. So it's a bit like a preview on Netflix or something like that. You can press the watch live and go, well, there's not a lot happening. I don't think. But I think the crowd would come if they felt that there was a chance to of a match. But I think this is sort of rolling into the area of that not being the case.
Well, Will Jacks to continue from the pavilion end.
I don't think this field will be lost on Dob Sibley either. I don't know whether anyone remembers his double 100. I think it was against Yorkshire where he had the umbrella field, which would have been the same on the side, on the leg side. It's currently off.
Oh yes, I think I was. Yes, at the moment we've got those very. We've actually got the row of slips in at short extra in the covers. So yes, it's a strange field at the moment.
It does remind me of the times I played for the Bunburys in the past, where that's the sort of fielding you used to have, just enough distance to have a chat.
Oh, we now have four short covers in.
It's difficult when you're laughing to get your run up right.
Yes.
Will would.
Yes, I guess the latest one's almost silly mid-off, but there is a row of slip-like fielders in the covers, and there's no one back where that ball has just been belted, so that will be 4 more.
Of course, Dan Lawrence is still looking for his contact lens at Gully there.
Yes, I've seen people sort of get down on their knees before then getting up to field, but Dan Lawrence seems to...
Well, you don't want to get, sometimes as a gully, you might come up and he's...
Okay.
he's
There's no danger
most
of that. But what about the edge that flies over the top?
That was only because Tom Laws was... I mean, you could say Dom Sibley scored 305, but actually the ball where he nicked on 4 didn't quite carry to the keeper.
Okay.
So yes, the odd ball has bounced, but that's generally because Tom Laws has bowled it into the middle of the wicket.
Ah, there we go. There is this ring we've been talking about of covers. And there are appeals to catch it, but the bat was nowhere near it. But the ball did eventually go to one of those many cover fielders. So
I did see, actually, I think it was at Notts, I did see Alex Hales get out caught cover off his pad.
Oh, okay.
Side edge onto his pad, but his pad was so springy.
Yeah.
And
yes, even if he... Well, there's just 4 more. Basically, at the moment, any ball largely hit on the leg side is going to be 4. And there we go. Lees, after his 100 in the first innings, gets a 50 in the second. 94 balls and 9 fours. So he hasn't decided running is for other people largely, and just clipped away in boundaries.
Running is for the fielders at the moment,
Yes,
isn't it?
quite.
Someone looks over at a gap and thinks I'd better retrieve that.
It's good to see the skipper trying to make things happen, though, and trying to confuse the batter. But at the moment, these two look as if...
You get the feeling they want to shake hands, but they can't.
Yeah.
And because if you did get 3 wickets and you still want to create pressure, and you know Durham still trail by 290, which they're not going to get by the end of play.
That actually goes to a more regulation cover fielder for leg spin of Dan Lawrence. But again, we've got a very short cover, a short mid-wicket, short leg in as well. Can't accuse Rory Burns of sitting on his hands and not trying to make things happen.
I mean, I'm all for finding out who bowls well with a Kookaburra. I think we talked about this earlier, and the likes of a Chris Wokes, who's outstanding in this country, and yet sometimes bowling with a Kookaburra, he doesn't get quite the figures that he does in this country. But I do feel if you weigh that up with what happens in county cricket and the county championship, I don't know. For me, it's just the balance is just slightly wrong.
I get the 2-match experiment, but I don't get the 4. I really don't. If we're preparing for the Ashes series, terrific. But as Jeremy Cooney was saying earlier in commentary, this pitch is not an Australian pitch. It's so it's oranges and apples, really. But plough on we must.
I mean, it's not just that we saw, I mean, for Durham, Drizzle looked like he was finding that very difficult to create any chances. I think if you look at someone of the quality of Dan Worrell and see that, I mean, he bowled brilliantly with the new ball, but it can't just be the new ball. He's got to offer something, I think, in the middle periods.
And apparently, I know they're putting more lacquer on it now, I've discovered today, but again, if you talk to the bowlers, there isn't, after 20, 25 overs, there isn't much. Yeah. And so if you've got even less time with the new ball, then that's not really helping much.
Who would you like to see bowl, just as we were to come to, is there anyone out there that you'd you'd like to see twirl it when the...
Yeah, we were discussing this next door. Dom Sibley.
Yeah.
Like to see Sibbers have a bash.
He did bowl a bit, I think, in T20. I think
Yeah,
he opened in the odd T20 bowling some non-turning leg spin.
Yeah, but apparently he can bowl some turning leg spin if he needs to. Mark Church is still furious. He had a bet that he'd get 100 career wickets in first-class cricket. He's got 4.
Yeah, well,
apparently he doesn't like bowling. Other people would like him to bowl more, but he says no, don't worry.
Yeah, well, I think when I was at Notts, I actually said that Luke Fletcher would get more first-class hundreds than over egged his ability. But he got a very good 92 actually. Luke Fletcher playing against Hampshire at the Ageas Bowl, or Rose Bowl as it was, including a slog sweep off Shane Warne that was something else. And on the back of that, I think I got
overexcited.
He might potentially get more hundreds than he did, but he certainly had lots of ability with the bat.
Oh yeah,
as well as the ball.
But no, I think it would be nice to see Dom Sibley twirl a little today. How about you? Who would you like to see turn an arm?
Well, I do think that Rory Burns is he's a filthy bowler, but the batters, I could see him dismissing Gay for about 140 or something.
Yeah.
You know, with a little bit of swing, maybe.
Yes.
Yeah. He won't get much bounce from his height, and he's a better captain than he is a bowler, but and a batter. But yeah, sometimes it's the lesser ball that suddenly you might think you're trying to be a bit greedy.
Pushing forward defensively into that ring of fielders. That's the end. Well, it's a maiden over. Goodness sake.
I mean, those fielders will be quite happy over there. It's a bit like being in the slip cordon with general chat.
Did you ever get stuck out at third man or fine leg and find yourself talking to yourself in a lonely manner?
No, not a great deal. I think towards the end of my career, mid-off was quite a nice position to be, where you didn't really want to be in the covers anymore when you suddenly hit your 40s. But yeah, I mean, I spent quite a bit of my career in the slips, which was quite good fun. So I had some interesting conversations in there from time to time, which was quite good. But yeah, I think when I was younger, as I started, I might have been a sort of a cover point or a square leg. So
I think we need. Oh, well done.
So as you get older, you try to get a little bit straighter, to react more.
Punched away nicely off the back foot. That will be 4 more. Emilio Gay gets going again. Let's watch that replay. There's a bit of width.
Well, any width has been punished, hasn't it? You just rock on the back foot. It's a very good wicket. And as I said, with attacking fields, you get some full value.
So we've had 1182, 1200. Yeah, 1,350 runs on it so far.
I mean, ultimately, it's sort of the opposite of the Tiflex, isn't it? So
the ball's eventually made its way back. Dan Lawrence will get his limbs all in the right order in time to bowl that delivery. This is where I admit Tiflex from I'm being thick.
Tiflex, was it the Tiflex ball? So what was that? I don't know, I can't remember what year that was when Tiflex came in.
Oh, yes. We'll look that up. Punched away on the back foot, but straight to... Oh, here we go. Ah, Andrew Sampson's been listening to you. And here's another excellent stat. In 1990, your year.
Not my year.
Well, I know, 2 years before your year.
My year.
The year you wish for. The average runs per wicket in first-class cricket was 39.68. High. In Kookaburra matches so far this season, it's currently 44.19.
Okay. I mean, all I can say is, having watched that Lancashire-Surrey game, that was just a batter's paradise. And that year, just watching some of the games, I watched 2 or 3 games that I came in for when the second 11 weren't playing, and it just looked a bit too easy.
Yeah.
And not a fair balance for a bowler. And here we've got a few bowlers who are sort of ruining their figures a little bit for the season, without much reward for potential wickets, I think.
No, I think you're right. I'm just going through. For instance, Canterbury doesn't look much fun in this match. Kent scored 566 for 8 declared. Northamptonshire in response was 722 for 6. It's fun for batting averages. That's really nicely played for 4.
The problem is, I think if you extended this game to a 5 or 6 day game, you still might not get a result.
No, we're into timeless test territory with this ball.
Yeah.
What was that, 9 days they played, and then they had to stop and go home because that was the day the boat was coming back from South Africa. So that's the end of another over. More runs have been scored, 176 now without loss. Gay continues to score at better than a run a ball. I know Cameron was upset he hadn't hit a 6, but if you're scoring 124 off 122, you don't really need to.
I think he's more interested in the 150 not out if he can get there, and you certainly wouldn't rule that out. I mean, there's plenty of other bowling options if Ryan Patel can shake off that knee injury, whether he can.
Oh yes, Ryan Patel, of course, yes.
You'd have to discard those C3PO pads.
Will Jacks 2 continue? Moment, Alex Lee's still content to play the ball into the covers, leave it alone. Just stay there.
They're almost in the territory of a. I mean, I did play once with a 9-0 offside field.
Yeah, and what have we got? We got 8-1 at the moment.
Yeah, I nearly got sacked in that game. We're playing at Yeovil, and Somerset second 11 were supposed to have declared agreed declaration, but failed to actually come up with the agreed declaration and kept going for another, I don't know, probably 50 or 60 runs, which was I can't even remember who the coach was. There might have been, was it Trevor Gard or something like that? I don't know. But then we had a 9-0 offside field, and I remember the ball getting hit out onto the leg side, to which our keeper Neil Sargent dropped his glove and ran to go and retrieve it as the closest fielder.
Oh Lord!
Sort of deep square leg. To which I was quite bored at the time, and I thought I'll pick up the glove, and he threw it into me, and I caught it. To which the umpire gave another 5 runs. That didn't go down very well with the coach.
Well, at tea, stay with us. We've got a feature, Putting on Feathers, about Surrey women, and also involving the Surrey women's skipper Bryony Smith, so stay with us for that. As we hear about the punishments inflicted on Ali Brown for field placings and...
It wasn't a very good week for me, that, actually, because I also got pinned up against the wall by the Surrey coach at the time, Jeff Arnold, because I'd finished a club game batting left-handed, and Cheam were playing Limpsfield, I think it was, and the opening bowler I was on 92. It couldn't physically get 100 the way the game was going to finish, so I finished the last ball left-handed against their opening their opening bowler, and I almost hit it for 6 actually. I was quite pleased with myself. We all went off and had a few drinks that evening, Saturday evening. On the Monday at Yeovil, I was pinned up against the wall by Jeff Arnold, who reliably informed me that if ever I did that again, I'd be sacked.
What, for taking the mick?
Batting finishing a club game batting left-handed. Yeah.
So it was essentially don't.
Fun enough, I never did it again.
Well, funny, yes, Jeff Arnold. He never looked like the sort of man to pin you up against the wall.
No, well, it wasn't so much pinning; it was more sort of pushing and telling me that I shouldn't be doing that again. So.
we got 1 minute to go before tea, so I think we'll just get one more over in.
3:39 on the.
Yeah, I make it 3:39
on the Apple Watch.
Yes, and on the
available.
big scoreboard.
Yeah.
On my much cheaper than an Apple Watch, it looks about 3:39.
Yeah, I mean to be fair, I don't think Gay wants to do the gardening. He fancies another over. This is potentially another 8 runs he can add to his total, I'd imagine.
Do like watching Dan Lawrence bowl. Well, there's 4 more. So that's just caressed through the covers, not for the first time in this. We're almost taking it for granted, which seems rather unfair on Emilio Gay, who is playing beautifully, but.
Well, he is now, and it's really a case. I mean, some of the games in the past we used to have. I mean, these aren't lob ups, but you do feel they're obviously trying to get wickets, and it's a good time to score, isn't it?
It is a very good. Absolutely right. That is treated with a little more respect. It is a strange atmosphere today. Sorry, would have held hopes of forcing a victory first thing this morning. The rain didn't help. Oh, that's beautiful late cut for 4 more. Well, even if they'd had a conventional field, that would have still been 4. And lovely timing again.
Yeah, it's a question of, I think, really any width or anything full, you're really trying to get as many boundaries as possible.
And boundaries are not a problem at the moment. As Ali's mentioned before, a lot of the fielders, there we are, we can see the fielders in on the screen there, so you can just see there's no one on the boundary covering. Oh, it's unfortunate he's picked out a fielder this time. He'll have to settle for a single.
That's take the gloves off and ready for tea. Got my 9 off the over.
He's not expecting Alex Lees to go for a quick single, is he? No.
No, he's usually out the last 2. I'll take 133 not out, thank you.
Alex Lees does what Alex Lees does and plays it defensively.
He was right
to Dan Warrock.
Velcro, wasn't he? Yeah. Get ready. Let the gloves breathe.
Yes. The hands are cooling down, and now he certainly won't have to bat again before tea. And Alex Lees plays a defensive shot and just turns on his heels and marches off.
Smothered, wasn't it?
It was smothered. So there we go. Here where we are on tea on day 4. There are, I'm just checking how many overs we've got left. 31 overs to try and take 10 wickets when Durham are 185 without loss. So join us again after the tea interval, which, as I say, we're going to see Phil putting on feathers about Surrey women and their skipper Brian E. Smith. And we'll be back after tea to see whether that wicket can eventually be taken and can the tumble begin. But Durham will be on 185 without loss.
It's called Aubrey. She's 2 years old. And she needs a clean.
Where did you meet?
Where did I meet? Aldi Beckenham. Love at first sight.
Laid back, very calm, but I'd say I don't talk much, but when I do talk, hopefully people listen. You'd have to ask the rest of the team, but I try and lead through my actions a little bit more because I'm not a loud person. I'm not one to shout at my team or anything. So yeah, pretty chilled, but I'm very set on my morals and how I want us to play. No,
I was aiming, they were meant to run onto the ball.
Bryony's leadership style and stepping in as captain, she's very calm around the group, so she's very trusting of the team and the players in terms of executing plans, and has an expectation that, you know, when you step onto the field, you know exactly what it is that you plan to do.
Mum and Dad and my brother, they'd keep an eye out, but Mum would be doing her marking. Dad would be just watching quietly. He doesn't say much. Yeah, they were very supportive. They knew that if I had a bad day, I'd be a bit grumpy, but she'd get over it. And we had to set a few rules of we're not talking about cricket in the car home.
11 of you will get capped today, and from this day on, so many more. For those that are a part of this group, that will happen soon. But for those that you inspire, well, they'll just have to wait a while, because it's not about them just yet.
Bryony, first one.
Ready?
Everyone looking this way, please.
How are you doing? Okay.
My little shrine. There we go. That's that first game with the KSL. I think so. I think our first game was at the Oval. I think I remember opening the batting with Tammy, facing Catherine Brunt, and I think I hit her for 4 fours in an over. And it felt like a massive thing, like getting to play in front of crowds, getting to interact with overseas and England players was massive for me in terms of just learning more about not my game but the game, like how they prepare, and you know, picked up some tips from players, and yeah, it's definitely played a massive part in my career. Towards the end it was a bit like, where are we going to go from this, because it obviously felt like the biggest thing that was there. And then Bedders phoned me and was like, do you want to, we've got a team, Surrey and Kent, do you want to play for us? And it's like, of course. Again, like, there was 5 of us contracted, and that was only 5 years ago. So if you look at where we are now, it's a bit surreal. I think it hit me when it got announced. So it's just before a game we had a double header at the Oval. Like, I didn't realise that I was the first person to be announced in the country. So it was quite a big thing, and obviously was trying not to focus on that because we had a game to play. But then yeah, it was like when Emma first asked me, she obviously offered me a contract and then said, and we want you to captain as well. So I was like, oh, okay, if you want me to, I'll do it. So yeah, it was a big thing, and then obviously seeing like the photo going up at the Oval was quite surreal. But yeah, it's not felt like a massive pressure coming on me.
Strength as a cricketer is her clarity in her game plan. I think her ability to stay calm under pressure are definitely 2 of her massive strengths.
When we are batting, how can we go and be ready from ball 1 really? You know, if you walk into bat at 6 and they bowl you something in your arc first ball, we back each other to hit it for 6 really. You know, always looking to score, and obviously situation dependent, but we are always looking, you know, how can we get the most runs off every ball.
Yeah, I mean, you can see, you know, watching some of the footage of her from the start, where she goes and sees her picture outside the Oval, and I think she's kind of a little bit awestruck as well. I know for her growing up, it would have been an absolute goal. It would have been her mission and something that she was, you know, aiming to do from the start. But I think for it to actually happen is probably a bit of a pinching moment for her. So incredibly happy for her.
It's obviously, this is where it started at the club, and apparently I've been playing for Surrey for 18 years. Thanks to Cass for telling me. So yeah, it's going to be strange, but it'll be strange for a few of us because we've obviously represented the club a lot before. But to do it professionally is obviously brand new.
Yeah, okay. Just let me build myself up to it.
Once again, please welcome back our umpires, Mike Burns and Graham Lloyd. They're followed by Surrey's fielding side, led by Captain Rory Burns.
Are we on? Are we live? Good afternoon, everybody, for the final act of this rather quixotic, eccentric cricket match. Barring something beyond miraculous, this game will have another hour to go before the players shake hands and move on to other things. This pitch has refused to yield, and indeed the Kookaburra ball has rather let down whoever it was who decided it was a smart idea to deploy it. This is a story that we're seeing replicated around the grounds as well, but perhaps no more glaringly than here today. But if we do want to get a sense of the impact of this week, and these conversations have been burbling away and they will only continue over the next couple of days, the most hundreds in a championship round was 28 in mid-April 2007. 28 hundreds made in a full championship round, week commencing April the 18th, 2007. Emilio Gay made 100 this afternoon. That was the 29th. And we could have one or two others as well before the evening is out around the grounds. So more hundreds in a week than ever before. Bang on cue. Sam Curran is bowling left arm filth. And Ali Brown, who's sitting beside me, was positing in his normal buoyant way whether we were going to have some so-called serious cricket for an hour or half an hour or 20 minutes. Well, Sammy Curran's rolling out a few left-arm darts, which suggests that we could be right in the guts of fast territory now.
Well, I'm looking forward to an hour of Surrey Celebrity Bowling Bingo.
Yeah, so we've already got one. That was 4 more, believe it or not. Forgive you if you didn't quite notice, but Alex Lees picked up another boundary. Yeah, and so another stat for you, just to try and contextualise this week. In 1990, the year of the bat, as Guy and Ali were talking about before tea, that remarkable year when, in the TCCB's wisdom, the forerunner to the ECB, they both gave a directive groundsman to leave no grass on the track and then basically eliminated the seam as well. So it was a double hit and everyone got runs. More on that year later on, because I've unearthed a really good article on it written by a colleague of mine, Joe Harmon McGowan, who interviewed some of the beneficiaries of that 1990 year as another boundary is totted up for Alex Lees. I guess he's well within sights of 100 here. Moves onto 56. And it could well be that Surrey are more than happy to give him that 100 inside this hour before the handshakes come at 5 o'clock. But anyway, in 1990, the average runs per wicket in first-class cricket across that famous year, the year of the bat, was 39.68. In Kookaburra matches this year, so far, it is currently 44.19. So, the notorious year of the bat, where that fabled balance between bat and ball was skewed rather horribly, well, that's been kicked into the long grass. That's been put in the shade by what we've seen, the fabled Kookaburra ball this year. Runs are, frankly, too easy to come by, and the essential beauty of cricket, that balance between bat and ball, the ebb and flow that comes as conditions change across the course of a multi-day game, well, we've seen that balance has been all but eliminated this year. And when we come down to the scrap for legitimacy for this tournament and this competition, and when we start to disseminate these discussions over the next few days, it's hard to argue with those numbers that it impacts significantly on the fare that we're watching here, and therefore rather undermines the integrity of the competition. It's not the players' fault, it's not the groundsman's fault. Indeed, we've seen some fabulous cricket this year, and all around the country it's been bubbling up really nicely, and it's hard to argue that we needed this at this particular juncture. Anyway, I've said my bit. Afternoon, Ali.
Good afternoon, Phil. Yeah, I think gone are the days that players get selected for England on the most amount of runs in the county championship. But I think, although we're trying to find who can actually use the Kookaburra ball to the best of their ability in the matches that are given, I think it's also very important that players play. You find out what players can perform with an intensity that you expect the county championship to be. And if I look around the oval here, this has the feel of a warm-up game in April with a first versus second 11, and it's as if you've kind of lost that intensity over that. We knew it'd be hard work, but it can't be that much hard work that you actually feel halfway through the day that it's going to be impossible to take the wickets required. And, okay, I was never a bowler of note, but if I was, and I felt that I had a ball where I didn't feel the balance was correct, you think, well, how is that fair? And I think, okay, it's fair to try it, but I think we have tried it, and I think I would like to see, we look at the crowds as well, and this is the most sparse crowd has been, and of course that is because we haven't got an intensity out there of a game that is going through the motions to 5 o'clock. Now, of course, they can't shake hands now because you have to go through to 5 o'clock. I mean, if Rory Burns could in any way con Alex Lees that he should declare to get us off 10 minutes early, then Surrey could claim the win because actually they're still well behind, but that's obviously not going to happen. But to see Sam Curran, who is a very good bowler, bowling spin, and the feel is over the next half hour we might see a collection of bowlers coming on. I just don't feel that's really what the county championship needs, and it feels like it's a pause in the middle of the season where this isn't really what we want county championship cricket to be. I'd like to see the best players take on the best players and feel that there are wickets to be taken. And as I said, we're currently up to 2900s in this round of matches, and that could potentially, there's the potential to go to 30, 31 or even 32 in the next couple of hours, and I think that is too much, in my opinion.
I love the county championship, Ali, and I always have done, and I grew up in Essex, and I spent my days after school lying on the wall, perched up on my elbow, watching Gooch and Mark Waugh, Sally Malik, and these players in the early 90s, mid-90s as a schoolboy, and fell in love with 3- and 4-day cricket. And I am still enthralled to it now. But I'm mindful that this game, the good stuff is so easily and rightly and regularly romanticised that it sometimes throws a veil over the less good stuff. And sometimes it needs to be addressed. And I feel like the game is being given a disservice, really, by this week. It doesn't help. And the point that I keep coming back to is that the landscape of 4-day cricket, the landscape of county cricket has changed, and changed for the better. In the old days, if you like, these kind of slightly bizarre, unedifying scenes here, it would happen in a vacuum. It would happen for the handful of loyalists out there in the pavilion and the 24 people involved in the game itself, including the umpires, and for the groundsman, and for a couple of journalists, and that would be that. And you could kind of slightly sheepishly shake hands at 5 o'clock, go to the pub, move on, and then next week will be a humdinger. It'll be a classic. And then we remember that. But what we have now are eyeballs on our game in a way that we've never had before. And glory be. And we do our thing here, and clubs do their thing elsewhere. And these highlights are clipped up, and these conversations are percolating around, and people are engaging with the game. More people are watching county cricket than ever before. That's the bottom line. That is the bottom line. And isn't that wonderful? And what a chance we have now to really throw this game out to potentially new fans, and to 1 or 2 older ones. My dad is now watching this. He hasn't seen a county game in 20 years, apart from the odd one I've taken him to, and now he watches the streams. Him and his mates do. You're seeing the numbers go up and up and up. And the people here at Surrey are pleased with the numbers, and you hear very, very positive things around the country. So let's value it. Let's value the product itself. Let's value the integrity of the competition, and not undermine it on a whim.
I think we've got a brilliant county championship at the moment. I think we've got a real, with Notts and Surrey at the moment, I think both at the top. There's only a point or two between them, which I think is great with 7 games to go. There's also sides underneath that if they put together a couple of wins that could sort of get involved. But I do feel you want the best sides to play each other and feel that you can get results. And, my time at Notts was great. I love my time at Notts. We played on wickets that you felt they were very good wickets. They did enough without being ever overly sporty. I certainly was advised probably not to go in that direction for my batting at my age. And actually, I've found them really good. They challenged you in a good way. You felt if you bowled well, you could potentially win a game in just over 3 days. If you bowled really well and the other side didn't perform, maybe even less. On the whole, those games, you knew if you batted well or you put the ball in the right areas that results could happen. And they were around about the 3.5 day mark, you would get them. And that, I think, is what you're looking for. But if you played this over 6.5 days, I still don't think you get a result. And you could look at the Surrey team, they've got 820. But if you look at the first 3 dismissals as a rule, and you look at Rory Burns, who looked immaculate, was 50, and punched his bat as he went off, as did Alex Lees when he was out for his 100. And they know that they can get even bigger. Now, the way that Rory was scoring at that time, and you're saying that Dom got 305, had Rory, who had played really well to that point without alarm, had he played that length of time, he could have potentially beaten the Surrey record of 357.
Yeah, and I think it's a very good point, and it's worth coming back to. We were on air on that Sunday morning, and we've done a few of these games now over the last few years, and there's a pattern to day one. And it tends to be that the heavy roller favours the batters in the first 45, half an hour or so, and then it starts to do a bit more. And the first half of the day, doesn't matter who's batting, first half of the day is tough. And then it gets a bit easier. And that's been the pattern for 3 or 4 years. It was alarming with a test bowler in Matthew Potts and a fine county bowler with a great record in Ben Rain, albeit he was injured after 10 overs. But it was gun barrel straight. And you saw it in truth yesterday morning as well with Surrey's bowlers, and on the evening of the second day, even when there was an intensity to Surrey's cricket and they created a chance or two, there was nothing happening. And this is not down to the pitch, because this is a result pitch. More often than not, almost 75% of 4-day games here are results, maybe even more than that. I'd like Samo to tell us what it has been over this period of time. And it felt ominous after about half an hour of day one. And here we are now, and 18 wickets have fallen across over half a week. Anyway, enough of this. Let's see if Alex Lees can pick up his second 100 of the game. I'm not sure if he will have time, or if indeed he will mind too much either. From Durham's point of view, they had a job to do. They were down a bowler early on in the piece. They knew straight off the bat, as we were saying in Up Mugs, they knew after an hour or so, right, barring something remarkable, we're getting a draw at best from this game. And they've gone about it with real guts and gumption, really, to get it done. Can't be nice staring down the barrel of 820, especially as a skipper who's put them in. And Alex Lees make 100 in the first innings and 60 odd here, and we'll enjoy just picking up hopefully a red inker for him at the end of the day.
I wouldn't be surprised if he targets that 100. He has 40 minutes, and on any given over, you feel that you could pick off 8.
True. Actually, the time's probably there for him, yeah.
With the modicum of aggression. I think it's also just balancing that you didn't want to lose a couple of wickets and make it pressurised. I mean, you can't see 10 wickets going down in sort of an hour and 40 minutes, but I think he'd be mindful of that. I think as we get to the last 20 minutes, you might see him just free up a little bit, and the closer he, if he got to 80, 85, I think you might see him target that 100. One thing he has done is he has made sure that he has played that role that they don't lose. And I think he's actually been the most impressive. If you take it from Sibley's fabulous 305 out of the equation, I think he's been the second most impressive player in the game to get the most for his team.
Yeah, he was under a lot of pressure when he strapped the pads on, 161 overs in the dirt. And he decided that decision, albeit it was quite a conventional response. Captains do tend to bowl first these days here at the Kia Oval, but yeah.
I think the question for me is how many of the wickets that we have seen go down have actually been not got out themselves? And if I talk about the Surrey team, you'd say that, probably the first 3 that went down were not batsman error, but I mean, Sam was quite unselfish, I think. Once he got to 100, he wanted to up the rate and got caught at deep mid-on. But, yeah, you just felt you want to see more wickets like that of Dan Worrell's brilliant 4 wickets in the middle.
Yeah.
And it's only a 4-fer, but in the context of the game, it's a 6 or a 7-fer, really,
yeah,
for what he did on this wicket. Similarly, you'd probably look at, I'm not taking any away from the 147 that Gay has, and he's played really well. We haven't learned anything about him, certainly in the second half of the innings, that we probably didn't know already. So we probably need to talk about that ball, don't we? Because it's actually gone past the inside edge.
But I was just thinking, I wonder if this is Sam Curran having a rehearsal for his latter career when he's had enough of bowling seam.
I think there's a lot of seamers that actually fancy themselves as spinners. I know Jimmy Ormond, when he was here, was a very good seamer, pacey seamer. who also bowled some quite tidy off spin.
Ian Botham bowled it in a Test match.
I think he did it internationally as well, Jimmy. But yeah, there's a few that kind of fancy themselves as spinners.
Ben Stokes fancies himself as an off spinner.
I'd rather face Ben Stokes as an off spinner.
Yeah. Well, I've been helping Ashley Giles with his autobiography actually in the last couple of months, and obviously he was a young player here, coming through the ranks, Guildford player and
opened the bowling.
Surrey age group bowler, and opened the bowling with. Do you know who he opened with back in the day for Surrey?
I know he bowled left arm swing.
Left arm big swingers apparently.
Yep.
And he opened the bowling with Ian Ward.
Did he?
Who apparently was sharp. Well, this is what Gilo tells.
Sounded good until you got to the sharp bit, because
apparently he was the same height at 10-year-old as he is now, which is well believable. And according to Gilo, who's a very generous-hearted kind of bloke, he said Ian Ward was sharp as all hell as a 13, 14-year-old.
I will find that out tonight, and probably next time I see him, because he is actually my golfing partner. But
I know.
Yeah, look, I can't say. I did myself open with Ian Ward in 1997, having been dropped late in 1996. The first game we went down to Hove, and me and Wardy opened the bowling. I come in from the top end, I think slightly senior, and he came in from the bottom end. I actually got a wicket with my second ball.
We threw it in detail.
It's a very well-known batting coach who played for Sussex and Middlesex. I'm not asking you to guess. But first ball was an away swinger, second ball an in swinger, which he left, and that was Toby Redford. That was as good as it got. So my bowling didn't get any better after that. And
good man, Toby Redford.
He's a good man. He's been a
very good
demand batting coach, I know.
Written a very good book on batting technique, actually, that's just been updated, just come out. Well bowled, sir.
But let me tell you, Wardy at the other end wasn't very quick, so we were probably the shortest opening partnership that Surrey second 11 have ever produced, on a fairly flat wicket at Hove. And the last thing I'd say was Wardy was quick. Skiddy, maybe, but not quick. I'll tell you someone who was quick when I was 15.
Yep.
And he scored 100 first-class hundreds, over 100 first-class hundreds. Played here.
When you were 15?
When I was 15, he was quick. Quick bowler. Mark Ramprakash.
Really?
Could bowl proper pace 14, 15. After that, he was a bit like Jack Callis, you know, a reluctant bowler. I think he got
too good at batting to bowl.
He got to sort of 16, 17 and didn't fancy the bowling part so much. But yeah, he was genuinely quick. But I think we played England 15s together, and in the nets he was sharp.
Another one ticks by. Alex Lees on 71. Emilio Gay has 147. He'll certainly take that third 100 of the year for Emilio Gay. And I don't want our conversation over the last 20-odd minutes to discredit what Gay and Lees have done here, because they came together under pressure. And for that first 45 to an hour after, well, either side of lunch, it was a high-intensity barrage that they had to withstand. And Emilio Gay's played some lovely shots, albeit in this rather confected atmosphere out there. But nonetheless, he's building up a really good season for himself here, and this will take him up towards 700 first-class runs for the year. Played a couple of games for England Lions as well. He's looked good all year. So it brings Alex Lees on strike. He needs 29 for his second 100 of the game. And we have, we think, 34 minutes left of this game before the players will shake hands. I'm sure if Alex is on 96 with an over to go, then Laurie Burns will toss one up for him or get someone to. But we shall see. Anyway, they had a job to do and they've done it well.
would you try and play around his 100? And what I mean by that is, would you push everyone out when he's on strike? I think he's going to. If I was in his shoes, I'd target the extra 28. I actually think he'll probably get there. I mean, there's runs on offer wherever you go, and it has the feel of a Bunbury game, doesn't it, really? Which it shouldn't, although Sam has got some movement. Would convince everyone in this innings he's the lead spinner.
He's enjoying himself, definitely. Yeah. Anyway, more importantly, Ali Brown, 285 first-class matches for 6 wickets with a best of 3 for 25. Who was that against?
That was against Somerset at Guildford. The other spinners, lead spinner in that innings, ahead of Anil Kumble and Ian Salisbury, who hates that stat.
Nice.
On a hat-trick, you know.
No.
Yeah.
Who were the first 2?
Francis was the first one. Peter Trago thought I was rubbish, so he went at me first ball, and he got caught at point, much to everyone's delight. And
he's always a popular wicket, isn't he, Peter Trago?
And the last one was that, Andy Caddick.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Caught somewhere not far from Woking. I think he was caught on the boundary, but 3 wickets. I was a bit unlucky because I think there's a few that, because I was a bit of a non-spinner compared to some of the other class spinners we had at Surrey. There were a few. Mushtaq Ahmed is another one.
Do you know what your average is?
Yes, thanks. But I felt a little bit. My one-day stats a little bit better than my 4-day stats.
Well, I was going to come to those.
Oh, good. I always say, do you want the good, do you want the good news first or the bad news? I'll always have the bad news first.
Ali Brown, 14 wickets in list A, 50 over, 40 and 50 over cricket. The best of 3 for 39. Tidy average of 40.07. And not a bad economy either, just a tick under 6.5s. Done a job.
International strike rate?
Yeah.
Yeah.
37. You know it. Like all good ex-pros, he knows every last decimal point.
I bowled 5 balls in one-day internationals against South Africa. That was in Bangladesh.
Yes.
I only went for 5. And nearly got a wicket as well. Hansi Cronje.
Would have been a good one.
Yeah. Well, I obviously didn't get him out, but it was pretty close. I felt a bit unlucky because we did sign some very good spinners here. Sack Lane being just the best. Sauls was another very good spinner. And
they were lethal together, weren't they?
They were brilliant together, yeah. Anil Kumble, Mushtaq Ahmed, probably the best leg spinner I played against, I would say. Sauls is very good, and Adil Rashid was the other one who I thought was quite difficult to pick up his wrong un. The other leg spinners, which were good leg spinners, I didn't find quite as... I found them easier to read, or, in Shane Warne's case, just ridiculously good, that I can't remember him bowling a bad ball.
Yeah.
But he didn't really have a googly that was as hidden as some of the others, I think would be the way I would describe that.
Didn't need one, did he, really?
No, he had a Zuta and other names he made up that were more impressive than the ball itself.
Well, I remember interviewing Chris Cairns, and he said the slider that Warne had in the early part of his career, pre-shoulder problems, he said that was the unplayable one, the one that would kind of come out almost from the front of the hand and pitch and skid. I think Adam Hollyoake was undone by one in a test match, but plenty of others.
Harbhajan Singh, couldn't get in front of him either.
Scandalous.
He was quite decent.
I think I might be done. Put a fork in me, Cameron. So Cameron Ponsonby is going to take over for this high-intensity final 30 minutes of perhaps the most eccentric cricket match that I've had the privilege of covering here. Ali Brown, a few more thoughts from you, a few more memory lane nostalgia trips. And then it'll be over to Cameron to see us home.
You never know. There could be a flurry.
A flurry?
A 7-wicket flurry in this potentially final half hour.
Yeah.
And we'll go on. We'll see.
I think there's more chance of the King selling this ground for housing than... yeah, I mean, I'd love to go with your enthusiasm, Cam, but I think even the players in the huddle are going, right, okay, who's going to bowl this last 25 minutes? Sam be saying, well, I'm causing more grief than some of you.
Well, the King's making an announcement at 5, so we'll see if he's selling the ground.
I did actually meet the King. I didn't meet the Queen, but I did meet Charles when he was Prince of Wales.
Was that in your capacity as a cricketer, or was this a social engagement?
No, yeah, socially. No, it was here. He came to meet the players with Camilla. I did jokingly say I hear Charles is selling the ground for housing.
Nice.
I thought it was a joke, and it completely went over her head. But no, this is green belt that will never be sold for housing. All around it, we've got plenty of properties going up in the gas holder. You know, we've got Oval Village over there, so which looks very nice. A lot of penthouses. I was over there yesterday morning actually with Chris Tremlett and Tom Jewell, who are
having a little look at some potential properties.
No,
for
I'm
yourselves,
not.
or?
I'm not. I'm just catching up with them. Really, they're sort of selling those as part of Source Investment, which is really good. I mean, I would say Jeweller is the brains of the operation, and Trem the brawn. I mean, you wouldn't, you know, he's a lovely guy. Trem, he's, I would describe him as a gentle giant. Did hit me on the head earlier in my career, but yeah, he's a good man, and they're selling some of the parts of the gas holder over there with some penthouses. If you got spare 2 million in your pocket.
Well, that's 150 for Emilio Gay. And the last 50 runs will be some of the easiest he'll score in his career. That's not to discredit his initial 50 runs, if not initial 100 runs. When he and Alex Lees opened up this Durham innings, there was absolutely still jeopardy in the game for Durham. So just to catch people up, the famous gasometer that's over to one side of this ground at the Oval is now having flats built within the frame.
Yeah, they will be ready in about 3 years' time. They're currently being put up as we speak. Oval Village is over there, which is a fantastic views over the ground, which is very nice. I know a few cricketers or those involved in cricket have already got a hand in there. Richard Thompson, I think, has Freddie Flintoff. I think Joffre has purchased one of those, as has Chris Jordan.
So the flats in the gasometer are effectively going to be a university hall for former England cricketers.
It's a bit more than flats. I mean, if you ever want to have a look around there, it's pretty good actually. It's so the way it's being done, it's kind of an iconic property opportunity. If you want to wake up and have a look over the Oval, obviously the Test match. You know, I remember looking at the Test match side of things, and you'd see people perched on the roofs across here, which is didn't look very safe. I mean, nowadays you've got health and safety, so that maybe they're not allowed to do that anymore. But they certainly used to be all the way along all of those roofs, go up for a view of the ground. But now you can have a view of the ground and have a bedroom. Yeah.
Wow. I think if I was Richard Thompson or Flintoff or Archer or Jordan, I'll be very keen on one of these properties until I found out all my mates were also buying one. We have a bowling change. Just one last roll of the dice from Surrey. Dan Lawrence is going to come into the attack. Change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. From the first ball to the final over, let's power change together. But I do remember there was that pub that was just over to the left of us as we look from the
The Cricketers. That got
Cricketers
knocked down about a year ago, I think. Yep.
Did, and had an incredibly steep roof.
Quite flat now.
And I remember during the 2005 Ashes, you'd see everyone piled along the top of the, I don't know, I guess where the tip of the roof was. Well, Durham, 231 for no loss here.
Are there any names you're missing on the Surrey Celebrity Bingo that you need to get out by 5 o'clock?
Who have we got so far?
Well, I've got Burns and Sibley on mine. I mean, who have you got on yours?
Well, that I need to mention them before we leave.
Well, I can't control who bowls out there.
Oh God, I'm with you. Okay, yes. Well, Burns had a bowl earlier this season. He's also had the gloves on, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see if Rory Burns gave himself at least an over. Sibley, you've got him as well for some leg spin. I think Ryan Patel is actually in that sweet spot in that he's considered too good a bowler to be given an opportunity here.
Well, I think he's waiting for his leg to repair after that drop catch at short square leg.
Poor Ryan Patel took a serious blow at short leg earlier today.
You say poor Ryan Patel, but you were laughing in your commentary.
I only laughed once I realised that he was okay. At first,
so you waited. You waited until he appeared to be laughing.
Comedy is all about timing. And at the point of impact, I could hear that it definitely hadn't hit the pads covering his shins and it hit something else, and he exclaimed rather loudly. Well, I'm quite enjoying seeing Sam Curran send some tweakers down from the far end, from the pavilion end. I remember he did bowl those at least once before away at Beckenham a few years ago when Surrey put on about 600 or 700 when nobody had made a century, but I think the top 9 all made 50s or something. And Will Jacks refers to seeing Sam Curran bowl as the moment he realised he was actually okay at off-spin. Because until that point, he just thought anyone could do it.
To be fair to Sam, I think he has bowled quite well. He's bowled it into the wicket and he's got a bit of turn. He's looked, in the last couple of hours, probably the most likely to get a wicket of all the bowlers.
Goodness me. We'll do a quick dive around the grounds. Well, I say around the grounds. I more wanted to alert you to one situation where I thought Saif Zabe, who's in incredible form at the moment for Northamptonshire, thought he was slightly hard done by. Northamptonshire piling up 722 for 6. His skipper Luke Proctor's declared on him on 196 not out.
Still got 7 games to go, isn't he, as friends? I mean, what was it? Was it Athers who declared on Graham Hick?
That was it. Yep, that sounds correct. I think Graham Hick was on 99 or 90.
He was definitely within 3. He might have been less than that. I can't remember.
Because that's always meant to be the sliding doors moment of kind of Hick's international career. Had he got the confidence boost of securing those 3 figures?
Play against Graham Hick quite a few times in county cricket, and he was he had an aura about him.
That's another gentle run out to the point boundary. I mean, his first-class statistics are staggering, Graham Hick. 526 first-class matches, 136 first-class centuries, an average of 52 and a high score of 405 not out, 41,000 runs.
Graham Hick was on 98.
Get it.
He was flared on.
Away at Sydney. But in Luke Proctor's defence, Northamptonshire now have Kent 96 for 5 in the 3rd innings. And so they're still trailing by 60 runs. They have potential of forcing a remarkable victory.
Did you ever get declared on 98, Cam?
I've I've unfortunately only got 2 centuries to my name, and they're both in friendly cricket, so arguably you could say I've got 0 centuries to my name.
In friendly cricket, there's still 100, isn't
I
there?
don't think it counts. I also had the very good fortune of a friend of mine was umpiring me when I was hit I was hit on the pad on 99, and I think it was pretty straight, but my friend knew the game and said absolutely not. Another gentle single. I am often a believer in all things miraculous in cricket, but I think you can be pretty safe in the knowledge that we've got 18 more minutes of this fixture and then they will be shaking hands. So in the meantime, we'll ask Ali Brown about when he was most heartbreakingly declared on.
I don't think I was really heartbreakingly declared on. I mean, a bit like snakes and ladders, I tried to get on the ladder at 94 and see if I could climb to 100. But yeah, I don't think I... A couple of times when I was running out of partners, I was told to get a move on towards bigger scores. I was batting at Lords. I actually got out to OA Shah at Lords for 265, but I was told, Adam said, you've got to get a move on. Everyone was on the boundary, so I had to either get a move on or get out, basically. But I don't think I was ever declared on at that point. Always given enough time to hit a target if required.
I feel like I should have done my research better. Your first class high score is 295 not out. What are the circumstances there? Did those 5 runs haunt you at all? Or?
No, not at all. I had the wonderful Surrey number 11, Saqlain Mushtaq, who had he said, as we're going off, he said, "So sorry, Brownie," after he'd run down the wicket and got bowled. But he had got 60 odd, to be fair to him, and he'd allowed me to get another 60. So Saki is one of the nicest guys you'll meet. He's a wonderful, well, he's the best bowler I ever saw bowl. He has a first class, he has a Test 100, and he could bat as well. He's a fun night watchman, and a very, very good friend. Someone who, like, friend for life, I would say. He's just a tremendous man. So no, I've never said to him, "Why'd you run down the wicket?" It's more, "Thank you for getting me the extra 65." And I think we put on a partnership about 130 against Leicester for the last wicket. So I mean, I know in this game I've lost lots of records, like the 4th and 5th wicket records against Durham. They've both gone.
Oh God!
But the 10th wicket against Leicester, that might stand for a bit longer than most, I think. So no, I've got nothing but love for Saki. So yeah, I was not out, but 5 short of a triple.
Wonderful. And because Phil Walker's not here, I'm able to talk about the Surrey Championship at will. I remember Saqlain Mushtaq played a season for Oldwick Giftians, and he played alongside a friend of mine. I remember a friend saying he stood at mid-off. He said, "Saqlain Mushtaq's bowling, it's amazing." I think he must have been 15, 16 at the time.
He had a period of about 3 years where he was almost unplayable. I've never seen so many good first-class players, like solid first-class players, play the wrong line to a ball that already you know is going in the other direction. And I only knew that because I used to field at first slip to him, and I knew that got to learn that his Dusra, you heard that noise and went up a little bit higher. Not a lot, but a little bit higher. And when you know that and there's still a second and a half to go and you're like, oh, come on.
That's wonderful.
I mean, my only ever first-class stumping is off Saki.
Brilliant. Was it the Dusra?
Yep. And you're waiting there with the gloves. Oh, please come out your crease. And yeah, I mean, he was a joy to watch. And pre-injury, he was at times unplayable. And games like this, where there's nothing really happening for the seamers, suddenly you put on Saki and Sauls, and the game changes massively. Because Saki would pick up a wicket, and we'd have players round the bat, and suddenly that sort of pressure. And so games that were, quite, coming to a natural conclusion of a draw just changed an instant. I remember one against Worcester, where Graham Hick was playing, actually, and they looked in a great position. Suddenly the spinners came on and it all changed, and we were very, very lucky to have them.
Well, if 208 Test wickets wasn't enough for you to... do we have a swap? Am I delaying proceedings?
I'm more than happy to do another over if you've got another question.
Oh, I don't even have questions. I just want to talk about Saqlain Mushtaq, really. So 833 first-class wickets at 23 wasn't enough to prove he was a handy bowler. He's 1 year at Old Whitgiftians, 64 wickets at an average of 9. He did 3 years at West Indian Cavaliers up in Nottinghamshire, where Alex Tudor has played. That's Rayan Ahmed's club as well. Averaged 9 with the ball there as well, 139 wickets. And the very tame anecdote in reply to your one about the Deucer is, a friend, he said he was fielding there as a 15-year-old at mid-off as Saqlain bowls a warm-up delivery to him. He puts his hands in one position to receive the ball, and it's the Deucer, and it spins the other way, runs all the way to the boundary's edge where the opposing batters are waiting to bat, and he thought he was going to be getting laughed at by these grown men because he'd missed the ball and he'd have to go and get it as the child. And of course they were all absolutely something themselves when they're going, oh bloody hell, we've got to go and face Saqlain Mushtaq.
Well, back in the day, our warm-ups, when we used to have proper warm-ups, not these sort of gentle football, non-contact.
Back in my day,
we had proper football, contact. But Saki used to wear a Man United top, and he used to call himself David Peckham. And you weren't the red. Everyone else would wear their bibs, so whatever, blue or yellow or whatever it was. But Saki had a red David Peckham shirt, and you weren't allowed to go anywhere near Saki, not even like a force field around him. If anyone had even slipped and taken out his ankle, which would meant he'd missed the game, I mean, you can only imagine that our MMA captain would have submitted whoever had done that. But yeah, he was. We had quite a bit of contact between the players because we were a very competitive group, but not with Saki.
Well, we have a little bit of a search for the ball here. The gentlest of boundaries you'll ever see in the county championship has just been scored. Sam Curran's tossed up a full toss, and Alex Lees has pushed it to the cover region where there is absolutely no one fielding. Just being handed a statistic. You know what, Ali, I will let you go, and Guy Swindles can come in for the final 10 minutes. It's been a thank you for your anecdotes over the past 45 minutes to keep us entertained. You know what, Guy, to welcome you to the box.
Do you want some
you can
Andrew Sansom stats?
I'd love some Andrew Sansom stats.
Well, it's an interesting one. Highest total without loss in the third innings of a first-class match by a team following on.
Here we go.
Right, the best ever, Derbyshire, 360 without loss against Glamorgan in 2023. But this is now the second highest of all time, beating Nottinghamshire against Worcestershire in 2021, when Nottinghamshire were 236 without loss.
Well, it's been a record-breaking week here at the Kia Oval. And we have one little bit of jeopardy left in this match. We have Alex Lees racing to a century, and we have Surrey racing till 5 o'clock. So Lees has about 10 minutes to score 15 runs, because then people are going to start shoving hands into him, trying to shake them. I think it might be in Surrey's interest just to lob a few up to Alex Lees.
Yeah, running. He's going to have to hurry up, but Alex Lees plays the way Alex Lees plays. But, we're being invaded.
Helicopter on its way. I reckon that's on its way. Where would that be on its way to? Battersea Heliport, I reckon.
Helipad.
It was a moment of great sadness for me when they put up fences around Battersea Heliport. Well, that is a horrible delivery.
It's about as wide as a wide can be.
He covers his mouth in shame.
No, I was hearing you talking about all the houses round by. Most of the ones on the right of the ground, as we're looking at it, there used to be squats in the 80s, mainly populated by my friends. Yeah. Let's
see if Curran can get this one a little bit straighter. Still left alone by Emilio Gay. He knows the game. Do not throw your wicket away now, Emilio. Take your 150 red and move on. So another over ticks past. The score is 246 for no loss.
It's a very different view, isn't it, to the one we were seeing this morning with the rain and the grey cloud and the general misery. It's a beautiful summer's afternoon now, but the sky is almost more interesting than the cricket has become.
I'm looking forward to hearing more about the squats you and your friends used to live in.
No, and we saw the punk poet John Cooper Clarke at the Cricketers.
Lovely.
Got on very well with him, and he came back to the flat, and we carried on drinking for most of the night afterwards. So that was fun.
Okay, if you get yourself down to the Black Dog a bit further down the way and kind of in Kennington, you can have the same evening with John Surtees.
Oh, yeah.
The umpire's having a chat with someone.
Yeah, or you can go to the Beehive with Jake, I think, as well. That's it, yeah.
Beehive with Jake, and he does pay.
Yeah, I heard.
We're looking at the ball.
Oh, the ball is going to be changed, obviously.
Viewers and listeners.
Because there are 8 minutes left.
I don't know why we're doing this, but we are. So we've got 8 minutes to go.
They're testing to see whether the ball is still round. There we go. It looks as if it is still round.
I mean, it is still an absolutely beautiful day here in South London. I think if you are in the ground spending your Wednesday afternoon, even watching this match peter out, it's a lovely place to be. And there's more cricket here over the coming days and weeks. We have the double header on Sunday.
Surrey Essex.
Surrey take on Essex in both the women's and the men's. We've got another double header the following Sunday, on Sunday the 13th of July. Alex Lees cuts that up towards Sam Curran. He's got to find 50. Well, has Sam Curran done himself a mischief here?
Ooh.
I think that ball might have just clipped him on the ankle.
He's limping somewhat, isn't he?
I think it's nothing more than an impact injury. Lees now has 7 minutes to score 15 runs.
Yes. Hasn't been going at that sort of rate thus far.
No, the next cricket you will be able to see here in South London. Whoa! Sam Curran's tried to lob the ball to Ryan Patel at mid-off, and he wasn't there. It's all descending into a bit of a farce here.
The ball is just sitting there. No one's run either. He could have got 2 then. Could have raced on to 87.
In 2 days' time, England women will be taking on India here. And you'll see, well, the team will be led by Nat Siva-Brunt on her home ground. There's a gate here.
As long as she's fit.
As long as she's fit. Or even if she's not fit, she'll be able to use the gate to come and watch.
True.
Sophia Dunkley will be on show. Danny White-Hodge.
That's if she plays. Sorry, I'm spoiling this.
Caveating everything.
I'm going to stop being... Are the ground staff actually on the pitch here? Oh, no, they're still behind the boundary rope. Ah, here we go.
Here's
England
the graphics
versus India, Friday the 4th of July. England are improving in this series, so it'll be interesting to see whether they can turn things round. It's a crucial match. Apps 2 down with 3 to play. They have to win. They need all the support they can get.
Well, we have news from around the grounds. It's a draw at Taunton. Somerset have held off Nottinghamshire, which is good news for Surrey. Nottinghamshire at one point looked like they were going to be forcing a result. As it happens, it will be a draw apiece for both Surrey and Nottinghamshire as the 2 table toppers. Pulled into the leg side, and that does find the gap, and Leeds will move into the 90s. And in the test match, there are some breakthroughs for England as well. They've taken 2 quick wickets. Shoaib Bashir has got Rishabh Pant out, and Chris Wokes has clean bowled Nitish Kumar Reddy. So India 222 for 5.
It's nicely set.
Keep an eye out on that test match. Lawrence comes into Lees, who goes big down the ground. Will that go all the way? No. Just the one bounce and over the rope. That moves him on to 95. And I think everyone's got the memo here.
Yeah, he needs a single off this ball, doesn't he? It's a good shot. He really has had a heck of a match, hasn't he? Alex Lees.
Well, he's done absolutely everything that has been asked of him.
Kept his side in it in that first innings knock. It could have easily have gone wrong. I do feel for the bowlers today. It's just been nothing at all. Well, everyone's coming in to save the single, are they? Seems rather unnecessary.
I think Rory Burns is daring Alex Lees to try and hit this ball for 6 to bring up the ton.
To bring up his 100.
And if he succeeds, everyone goes home.
Otherwise, we've got to wait one more over because it's not 5 o'clock yet, is it? It's 3 minutes to.
Here we go. Lawrence to Lees. He goes for an inside edge past the stumps, and the ball trickles away. What's Lees going to do here?
2 for 3.
He's asked Emilio Gay to get a shuffle on and try and run 3. Is he going to be run out? No. He makes it home in time.
Just.
If I was Emilio Gay, I wouldn't have been best pleased with my skipper on that occasion. And good news. Well, I had my test match hat on there.
Here we go. Vitality Blast double headers at the Kia Oval. Surrey against Essex on Sunday the 6th, and the following Sunday it's against Somerset. Both double headers with women's games, then the men's games. That should be really very good days. And then on Sunday the 27th of July, it's women's finals day in the Vitality Blast. Surrey going well, of course, in that, so likely to be on their home pitch, hopefully, in the women's finals day. 27th of July.
Right, back to the action. The score's 259 for no loss. Alex Lees is on 98. I have a feeling this... I think the...
Is there a certain amount of...
Sorry, team, we're just getting a little bit of a hurry up from the umpire, I'd say.
It's 4:59. They can let Alex Lees get his 100, surely.
I think they will. I think they're just trying to eke out a bit of time to make sure this is the last over.
This might be the last ball.
Lees takes 1, and so that moves him on to 99. I think this has all been orchestrated pretty well from the two teams out in the middle, because it is 16:59. Alex Lees is on 99. The clock's just ticked over to 5 o'clock. Emilio Gay will push this into the offside for 1.
Plenty. Oof.
Oh, well, I beg your pardon. Sam Curran doesn't play ball.
It's a bit low and had to dig that out in the end, didn't he?
And there is that single. So, what is very potentially the last ball of this unusual and record-breaking match. Well, it could be about to be bowled. The field comes in for Alex Lees. He's on 99. Well, I say it comes in, it doesn't really.
On the offside, there are plenty of singles. There we go.
And there's a single. And with that, Alex Lees goes to his 2nd century of the game. Takes his gloves off. And is there the handshake? Yes, there is. The game is over. It's a draw. Surrey take more points out of the match than Durham. But what looked like it could be a famous victory at the start of the day, with Surrey needing 11 wickets.
Dom Sibley, of course, with that wonderful treble 100. Setting up that remarkable 820. Will Jacks, he got a ton as well. Lawrence as well.
It's been runs aplenty here at the Kia Oval. It all started with Surrey piling up a club record total of 820 for 9, led by Dom Sibley, who made that triple century. In reply, Durham mustered 362, but that still left them hundreds and hundreds of runs behind. Follow-on was enforced this morning, but after we lost an hour of play to rain, it meant that Surrey had to bowl Durham out in fewer than 80 overs, and Alex Lees and Emilio Gate have batted 55 overs without losing a wicket. They both finished with centuries next to their name. I imagine we'll have a quick run through of the cards and the scores of the day, and then we'll be leaving you until next time when we're back with the Surrey live stream on Sunday for that double header against Essex. There are Durham's 2 Centurions leading them off the pitch. Ryan Patel, Dom Sibley and Will Jacks there. They toiled hard, Surrey, but it wasn't to be.
Yeah, Sam Curran also got 100 as well. There were so many, I was beginning to lose track. Lees with his second. And yeah, if you like your batting, it's been a terrific match because there have been an awful lot of runs, as you can see. 1,444 of them.
So, guys, maths telling the tale of the last 4 days there. Over 1,400 runs. Surrey, 820 for 9. It was always going to be too many. The question was whether they could take 20 wickets in reply. The answer was they could only manage 10. It's a drawn match here in South London. We thank you for joining us here on the Surrey live stream. Thank you to all the commentary team, all the production team and all the camera operators. We'll be back on Sunday for the double header where Surrey take on Essex. But until then, we will see you and speak to you again shortly. Goodbye.
Above all, though, thank you to you for your support.